Welcome to the December 16th, 2020 meeting of the Cohasset Planning Board. The members of the meeting present are Clark Brewer, Tom Callahan, Paul Caleri, Paul Grady, myself, the staff here with us tonight. Oh, Eric Potter is here now. Thank you. The staff that are here with us are Laura Lind, Jen Oram, Karis North, Eve Tapper, and our new building inspector, John Hallen, who I will introduce in a minute. So let me just do a few bits of point of information about how the meeting's going to go tonight, and then we'll move through some business. First off, if anyone has a problem attending this meeting, staff or planning board member, due to the snow, or if we lose power and it appears that it will not come back on in a reasonable amount of time, then we will essentially close the meeting and postpone until the future date that we have in January. We can't really do it much about that. But if anybody has any problem and anybody needs to leave, please just let us know. Lauren, I'd like to ask you to please explain how the public can participate and any other particulars of the meeting tonight that you think are relevant for us to know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if there's any members of the public that would like to comment on the discussion that takes place this evening, we would ask that you use the question and answer function that can be located to the bottom of your screen. If you could type your name and address into that Q&A section, and if applicable, your question, we will take them when we go for public comments at the appropriate time. So that would be the best way to communicate with us. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. If there are members of the public that wish to speak to the board on items that are not on the agenda this evening, you will wait till the time is prescribed for you to comment, and public comments will be no more than 5 minutes max. So we have a few items of business to consider. First, I'd like to introduce John Hallen, our new building inspector. He has a resume that includes serving as the head of the zoning board in Scituate for more than 2 decades. He ran a family construction business, and he came to us from Hingham, where he was a building inspector. So I'd like to give him an opportunity to introduce himself to everyone, and then we'll proceed. John?
Thank you for the introduction, and hello to all the board members, some of which I've seen in other Zoom meetings going through there. But I know this evening too, if you need any information, I was just going to walk through some of the permit process and enforcement if you needed any information about that, or if there are any other questions that you guys had for us as a board member. But with that, I'll let you continue with the meeting, or if you need me to proceed with the permitting information and process, I can go on with that.
All right, so it looks like if somebody has a question about that, then they'll pop it in as we go along. Let me ask that we, in managing this meeting, we're going to try to do it in an orderly fashion. And there's a few things that I need people to help me be able to do. But first, let me ask, Lauren, do we have any consultants for the town here at this meeting?
We have Eve Tapper here with us tonight.
Okay, but no peer review or anybody else?
No, we don't have any peer review personnel here, and I will note that Karis North will be joining us, but she did note that she would be a few minutes late, so she's not currently with us, but she will be joining momentarily.
Okay, great. So I hesitate to jump right into all the, okay, no, that's fine. So here's how I'd like to see the meeting run. We have a document that was constructed by Lauren and Jen that reviews the material that we had set aside in our last meeting for further consideration at this time. And so what my recommendation is that we go through that information by topic in order It printed out to be about 8 pages. It's the kind of guts of things which are very important to our discussion tonight. And I will take a pulse of the board members' feelings about topics on an irregular basis as we move along, just so I can keep account of where we are and what we still need to go back over or to consult further. The objective is to get through the list while addressing issues that we did not entertain at our last meeting. So there will be some additional conditioning that will be interspersed in the discussion that are specific to items that were not addressed nor listed last time. And in order for us to have the conversation be an orderly conversation, I request that those who wish to speak, i.e. planning board members and staff and consultants, that they please use the raise hand signal provided by Zoom if you wish to speak. And I will keep a log of who's wishing to speak, and I'll do it in order. So is that okay with everybody? I hope so. So let's move on to the business of the evening. We are here tonight to continue the hearing of the Cohasset Planning Board for the project proposed by CHI at the harbor of Cohasset. And we are reopening the hearing to discuss further the project and its contents. Let me first ask the applicants if they have any comments or if there's any new documentation that they would wish to add to the record.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Good evening.
Good evening, all. Now we're looking forward to tonight's discussion. Obviously, we're very pleased with what occurred in the last meetings in terms of a lot of progress towards moving forward. There has been a lot of additional documents that we were presented with, including as of today, that hopefully we're not moving backwards, but we're moving in terms of trying to finalize this and get to a decision. We haven't probably expressed enough to the board the urgency of getting something done here. We've been on this project for a couple of years. We've been in front of you for over 6 months. We believe that we have literally bent over backwards in trying to accommodate the board's concerns. But moreover, we believe that we have a project in front of the town that meets all of the town requirements, both for the harbor zoning, for the municipal plan, and for the harbor plan. And in addition, as I noted last week numerous times, I've never been involved in a project that has such public support. We haven't had any opposition publicly that we're aware of for this project. And I think that says a lot about what we have tried to do from the beginning, which was put together a project in front of this board that met all the criteria and does something for the town that hasn't been done in years and years. And I just want to say that we just need to ensure that we're moving forward and getting to a conclusion, because we don't have unlimited time. We obviously, with what's happened this year with the pandemic, the building itself has been closed. There's been no revenue. We have lenders that are breathing down our necks. So again, we believe that we've put together a project that meets all the criteria, actually exceeds in a number of cases. It's smaller than it could be. It provides for the public. It's a mixed use project. And we're just hopeful that this board sees what we see and all the neighbors and butters in town sees, that this is a good project for the town. And we've had to compromise, and maybe some compromise required by the board in order to get this done, but that's what we're hoping can get done tonight. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And you have no further documents that you would like to submit at this time?
Correct.
Thank you. I just got to keep a record of this so that I don't miss anything. So I don't want to sound redundant, but I need to do this. Let me ask on behalf of the meeting, do any of the members of the staff wish to make any comment at this time?
Lauren has her hand up, Amy.
Sorry. May I?
Yeah, she doesn't show up on my list.
Sorry, because I'm the host, I also don't have the raise hand function, so I
Yeah.
physically have to raise my
Okay.
hand.
So I'll remember that.
Anyway, thank you all. Thank you very much. I just a couple of things. First, there was no roll call vote to call this session back to order. So I hate to be a nitpicker, but we do need to have a roll call vote to officially start the meeting. So I'll let you get to that in a moment. Second, I just wanted to, there was one point of clarification that had been asked of me that I just wanted to clarify for the public. At the last hearing session for this project, there was a question raised about who was paying for the peer reviewer. At the time, I simply just stated the developer and didn't further elaborate. I think that left some room for confusion. So just to clarify, it's a more detailed process than that. It's the responsibility payment of the applicant in any sort of special permit, peer review process, standard practice across any application where there is an engineering and a legal deposit that the applicant pays into. The town administers that account, and the legal team and the peer reviewer work for the town. So it's under command of the town, but there's no cost incurred by the town. So I just wanted to further clarify that. I know that had been a point of confusion for some folks after the meeting. So I wanted to get that over with. And then second, I just also wanted to note that I know we don't have John Hallen for all of this evening. So if the board would be willing, if we could move the enforcement piece up earlier in our discussion and list of items for so that we can have John here with us, that would be appreciated. So those are my only 3 points that I wanted to make here. So thank you.
Do you know which item is the enforcement item? Is it in the list that you and you developed on 12/5/20?
I will pull the document up. I don't recall. I just know that at the last meeting, there had been a series of items regarding enforcement. So I just thought it might be helpful to have the building inspector here to speak about that process.
All right, great. So after I get a roll call introduction, then we'll go back to John and have him speak. And then hopefully that will mean Karis will have had a chance to arrive. I don't see her here yet. So let me begin the meeting by asking for a roll call vote. Clark Brewer,
Not a roll call vote. It's just.
or
Clark
not a
Brewer
vote,
is
sorry.
Present.
Okay. Paul Caleri,
Paul Caleri here.
okay. Thank you. Tom Callahan,
Here.
Paul Grady,
Already here.
Eric Potter.
Eric Potter here.
All right, thank you for that. So now let's return to Mr. Halloran and talk about the enforcement question.
Thank you. Well, just if you want to start, I'll fill you in on the permit question too. So once you guys, we'll use this project as an example. Once the board votes it, the project, it's complete, voted on, the package is done. Part of that package is submitted to the building department for a permit review. So once we receive that, we review it for permit. There, have any other questions? The project, if we need to have it reviewed by outside, we'll send it out to be reviewed by outside people. They'll look at it to make any adjustments there. But because you voted on something, we have that project. That's the one that's submitted. That's the one that we base everything on. So that's the starting point of everything. Generally in a project like this too, there'll be controlled construction. So there'll be engineers that will stop in and do inspections throughout the project, submit the reports to us as well, to the building department. Those engineers are paid for by the applicant, but that doesn't stop us from doing all our inspections, whether it's steel and the concrete, the as-built's required to see that the building is put where it's supposed to be put. Later on in the project, the height, that engineering report is checked on. So we are inspecting the project from kind of start to finish, with electrical, plumbing, myself, and the other inspectors on board. So that again goes through. Now we are at a point where those inspections will be logged into Permitize. So as the process goes on, they can be viewed. I believe eventually the chair of the planning board and other members will be able to see those, so they keep track, because oftentimes you guys put an approval forward and it's 6 months, a year before things get started. So you're onto other business and whatnot, but at least this way you could follow the project as it goes along there. let's see, what else? Also, the building permit is a permit for the structure. There, in addition to that, occupancy permit is required at the end of the project. Usually at the occupancy permit point, we have the other boards that signed off at the beginning of the project, review the project and to see that it's done there. So if it was in front of you guys at the prior to the occupancy permit, you might go through and check. The conservation will go through and see that all their demands are met too. So before the occupancy permit is issued, the other boards and whoever was involved, fire department or whatnot, would go through and check and say, yes, they're done. Yes, it's not, no, we need this done. So we have that opportunity to make any adjustment or changes that we need to make, as we go along. So again, just to reiterate, the building permit is different from the occupancy permit, and they're two different permits. So that at times in the project, at the end, you guys do have a chance to review before the occupancy permit is issued. And just as I say, we are covered on this project. I thought this would be a good example to kind of let you guys in on where once you're finished with it, where it goes and how it's processed.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask one question, which is, I know that you were in Hingham when they put together the large apartment complex by the Stop and Shop. On average, how many times a week would you visit a site like that to oversee what's taking place? And would there be other professionals who would be doing that alongside with you? And what's the division of labor between those two, your office and an outside observer?
Well, the engineer reports are done by the applicant anyway, and we receive copies of those. Those are independent from our own inspections because they get an okay from their engineer to proceed. They still need our inspection. For example, in Hingham, those projects, I was probably out there sometimes 5 days a week for several months. So it was an ongoing, especially with the larger portions of their pouring foundations and stuff that usually don't tend to do everything in one day, so that it's spread out. So we'll do partial inspections throughout the time frame.
All right, thank you for that. Would any of the other board members like to ask a question? Okay, well, that I believe is item number.
Actually, we have two
Okay,
other questions.
excuse me. Paul Grady.
Yeah, I don't have the hands up. Hi, Mr. Hanlon, how are you? Welcome aboard. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So Mr. Hanlon, you can hear me?
Yes.
Welcome. Just a couple questions for you. I'm not sure if you're aware, we've had a couple missteps along the way in town. 580 Jerusalem Road being one of them, where wrong size plans were submitted, but the house was built at quite a markedly different size than what was approved. And 7 James Lane, which was put up and stopped and allowed to go on, which is built oversized. What are you going to do to control that? Those things. Let's talk about more of the policing, and it's a welcome addition if you have some changes in mind.
We do have some enforcement rules. Again, if during the process, if it's seen that the plans were submitted in error, we can ask the applicant to stop the project until we get the correct plans in or changes have been made. So that's one enforcement rules we have. We have the right to do that. So a lot of it is when it happens. Obviously, if the project's done and we find out about it, we're limited. At the beginning or during plan review, if something gets missed, again, if a permit was issued in error, we have the right to ask for more information and make the corrections. It's just a matter of we want to exercise it.
Question. It's a matter of policing. Now, I think that was our concern at the last meeting, is monitoring the construction. So something that shouldn't have happened because it was too late to stop it to a degree.
Yeah. Well, again,
Rules in place and that's not a throw at this project in any way, manner, or form. It's just going forward on any building project in town.
Yeah. Now, what we do when we do issue the permit, we issue a set of permitted plans with them that are stamped so that when myself or any other inspectors go out to the field, they'll see what's on the plans and know what they're looking at. So that's on site, which is helpful because those are the plans that are permitted, so we know what we're looking for. So if there are changes from that plan, they have to apply for another permit, or if it's significant, they need to apply for another permit, or they just can't randomly make changes.
No, I think you're missing my point, and I'm sorry if I'm not being clear, is if the plans say for 580 Jerusalem were submitted and approved, the building was started, and they found out too late that those plans weren't followed, an alternate set of plans, by mistake, I'm assuming, were followed, but it was too late. The house was already built. Now, do you have a mechanism in place on your end that would stop that? Would you be monitoring those builds, like you were saying earlier?
Well,
So if something got a whack here, I think it's time to put the hammer down until we get it fixed.
Yeah, again, if it was built not to the plans that were submitted, again, we could refuse the occupancy permit and say, we need these corrections done because you've overstepped your plans. So that's one mechanism that you could put in place. And then, or ask them to go back for further review and to see if the new changes would be accepted. So those are kind of two of the ways we could address those issues after the fact.
I'd like to intervene here and ask that comments that are not specific to the project that we're talking about tonight actually be set aside, and then we'll take them up at another time. Let me go to Eric Potter.
Nice to meet you, John. Look forward to working with you over the years to come. My question just goes to the inspections on a daily basis or on 4 to 5 times a week. I just want to be clear because it looks like that's something that we may be addressing with regards to the present project. That's not something that, is it something that it was a requirement, or is that something that just came along with the course of, regular inspections that would, go along with the project or not? Or was that actually something that was required by the town or with the project?
It would be something that would be required by the project itself. As needed, we have to do our inspections. So they request a certain date, we respond, get back to them and get out there, move forward. If we need to, ask for some additional help, bring in another inspector, if it gets busy, we're able to do that as well.
Yeah, just to be clear though, but the applicant would be the builder would be the developer, would be the person requesting it. It wasn't something that, was it something that would be required on a special permit, that there would be daily inspections?
Not daily inspections. The inspections that are required would be listed. For example, any rebar that is being put in, that would have to be inspected before concrete. There's a list, there's wire mesh going in a slab, that would need to be inspected. Before closing in a wall, the framing inspection would need to be done. So there are already in place those inspection points that need to be done. Again, a footing, it could be there. So that at those different points, they'd all be listed. So again, on larger projects this way, all the foundation all isn't done in one inspection, because they're doing it in, it could be 20 or 30 different pours.
I
So
understand.
we'll inspect those times as needed.
Thank you.
All right, other comments? Great. Well, I think that, John, we'll want to have you back as we go forward with this so that we can stay on top and be informed and provide feedback and learn about how to run a project like this in an effective manner. So thanks very much for coming this evening, and we will see you again.
Okay, and just in closing, thank you for having me on. I realize, the work that you guys have done, especially at your own time at night too. We appreciate that too. And then, just the fact that you're, the meetings, email, everything is in the public eye, and you guys are, making that effort to be well represented of the town. So we appreciate that. And I'm sure going forward, we'll all, my staff and myself will, be in contact closely as these things come up.
Great, thank you very much, and we will see you again. Karis Norris hasn't come yet, and so Lauren, would you look at kind of keep track of places where you think it would be easy for her to pop in? Maybe there's one of the subtopics we're going to be discussing this evening that would be most appropriate, so she can just slide in when the time comes.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, would you like me to share the items flagged to further follow-up document, or if that would be helpful, I would be happy to do that.
You mean the one that you made?
Yes, I would also note that I did revise this, and then Eve Tapper revised it some more. So there are some questions that we may wish clarification in terms of the format with Eve.
Okay, so what I have is printed out. I wouldn't say were you going to put it up on and share screen, or how would you like to proceed with this?
That's fine. I just was offering, we can proceed just with regular squares.
Okay, well, or we'll see how it goes and see what kind of information that we need. So let me begin then. And I would like to draw the planning board members' attention to the document that was provided to us. And it was written by Lauren Lynn and edited by Eve Tapper, and it's dated 12/5/20 and 12/9/20. And the title of it is 12487 Elm Street, HVBOD, SP and SPR application, items flagged for additional discussion during the 12-2-20 planning board meeting to be addressed during the 12-16-20 meeting. So this document is in the public record, and the topics are ordered really based on, Lauren, was there any specific order that the topics followed, or were these just as we were moving through the discussion last time?
To be honest, Madam Chair, I'm not entirely sure. This came from my notes, which get a little crowded later in the evening. So these were just when I was summarizing again the points that I had flagged for further follow-up.
Okay, great, thanks. Eve Tapper?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I don't necessarily think they're in any particular order, except for maybe they might have come up in this order at our last meeting. But to my mind, the affordable housing is one of the most crucial issues because the board has not come to a consensus as to how they'd like to see the units. So that's why it's first. And then the other ones were just sort of, I think more than anything, perhaps they were based on the list of Mr. Callahan's conditions. And if you'll note, his they are numbered separately under each topic, but I've left in his numbers that are in bold just so that we can keep track of the ones that were left over. So I think they were nothing more than just in the order that they came up in Mr. Callahan's draft decision, except for perhaps affordable housing, which seems to be the largest major issue that hasn't been completely decided yet by the board.
All right, thank you. Thanks for the explanation. I see that Karis North has joined us, so I'd like to step sideways for a minute and take any comments that you might have, Karis, as we start our meeting. We haven't actually gotten into the meat of the matter yet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. I apologize for being tardy. I have no general comments at this time.
Thank you very much. All right, so everybody has a copy of Lauren's document, I hope. And my feeling is I'd like to hear from each board member based on what we have here, based on what we've said before, based on what you've thought while we were away from one another. I'd like to just get a general conversation going about the affordable housing, including inclusionary zoning compliance, and to sort of start the discussion up, because this is very detailed. And I think what we're looking for here is sentiment. What do people feel based on what they know, what they see, what they have in the way of evidence regarding the proposal for affordable housing and inclusionary zoning? And I'd like to begin with Clark Brewer.
Okay, well, yeah, I will say first that the outline, I think, covers the main points. But if the applicant has requested that, that we provide a vote on the special permit without the specific details of the, affordable housing component, whether on-site or off-site or off-site with a minimum of 3 as indicated, I think that we can do that provided, but it's one more thing that the planning board would have to approve. And my concern, I think at the last meeting was how many things haven't been worked out on this that we would be approving later as a part of either one issue at a time at a future meeting, or as a part of final revised site plans. And again, provided that the planning board will approve of an affordable housing plan after this hearing is over, I think I'm okay with that. I'm a little concerned that there might be a half dozen or a dozen major things that fall into that category. But essentially, the content, I think, that's outlined in this section is, to me, comprehensive. It's just that I still have the big question. Do we need to get the proposal for affordable housing as a part of this special permit site plan review process, or can we kick the can down the road along with several other content oriented things for approval later? That's okay with other board members. I mean, I think it would be okay on this particular item, since it is complicated and there's some moving parts.
All right, thank you for that. Paul Grady?
I spent some time in the affordable housing, and I do agree with Clark to a degree. I mean, I'd really like to codify it or simplify it, or solidify, I'm sorry, on-site, off-site. And I think it's going to be another topic we're going to be discussing. So are we opening up that whole can right now, or are we just...
That's where we are. I mean, basically, you're just getting your first set of feelings out about the issue. And yeah, I think by the time we get through the list of folks talking, it will generate some questions about what we feel and what we might wish to do.
Well,
so please speak your mind.
This is the biggest one for me right now. So we're going to be circling back to it, and I do agree with some of Clark's points, but I'd like to let the meeting go on and see where my thoughts take me on it. But this is probably the biggest point for me in this whole presentation. So I'll continue listening when we come back to it. I'll be forming views as I go.
Okay, so I'll circle back with you then. Tom Callahan?
Okay. Let me just, I mean, we're working off conditions I wrote, so actually, I like them. Thank you, Clark, for your support of them. I think we're all in agreement that we're not just going to accept a check to be deposited in some account. And so the issue is, are we going to allow these to be developed off-site, or are we going to require them to be on-site? My thought as expressed in here is that I'm willing to entertain off-site. I'm glad George and his group and the Affordable Housing Committee have been talking. But to Clark's point, we obviously don't have anything off-site in concrete yet. Nevertheless, I think we can go forward with that. And, in drafting this, I said, I made the issuance of a occupancy permit for one of the buildings to be the deadline. That we have to have either something concrete developed off-site by that time, or they would have to be in the unit within the project. Philosophically, do I believe these units should be in the project? Yes, but I understand there's a lot of reasons not to. There's practical considerations. Just if I can digress a bit, I remember, 20 years ago doing loans in Boston under the Community Redevelopment Act, and there was a project that had affordable units for 199,000 and market units that were 900,000. All brand new. Now it's, and then I'm wondering, it's 20 years later and there's maintenance that has to be done. And how is that working? How is that working with the affordable units and the market rate units with such disparity? How can the affordable units afford to take care of the building they're in? So I also don't want to see problems with this in the future. So I'm willing, because of that, I'm willing to entertain doing this off-site. But the bottom line for me is doing this as quickly as possible. We are under a gun in the town. The census is going to come out whenever, 21, maybe 22, but possibly 21. We're 25 units behind our 40B count. That leaves us vulnerable to a development we do not want. And I would just like to see these 3 units developed as quickly as possible. If it's in this project, so be it. The certificate of occupancy would be the deadline, but it can be developed off-site. That's fine by me too. If I look at what I wrote here, the only thing is, how definite is definite. We have to define very clearly, if we're doing an off-site project, what's going to meet compliance with the inclusionary zoning requirement such that we don't trigger having to build them within 87 Elm Street. So we have to, to me, it has to be a project that's not wishful thinking. It's a purchase of a property. That property would have to be under agreement. The financing would have to be in place, building permits in place. It would have to be an actual reality that these are going to get developed off-site to satisfy me. But to Clark's point, that is a decision we will come down to in the road because there's nothing concrete before us tonight. There won't be anything concrete before us tonight about an off-site development. So I'm perfectly willing to kick that decision down the road with detailed conditions of what will happen in any kind of scenario. So conditions that if they are developed in 87 Elm Street, there's conditions for that to make sure they stay in perpetuity with the project. But if they're developed off-site, we may add conditions in the future, but I'm perfectly willing to make that decision in the future.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Eric Potter?
I think that I am 100% okay with moving forward without dealing with this right now, so long as as Tom and Clark had said, and as Tom proposed, that the no certificate of occupancy shall be issued unless this matter is resolved, and I'm okay with 3 on-site or 3 off-site, as long as it's tied to the certificate of occupancy being issued and this matter being taken care of after the special permit's been issued.
Thank you. Paul Caleri?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I support the idea of the units being located off-site. I think, if my memory serves me correctly, the developer had volunteered to maybe offer 4 units versus the 3 required units. That would be nice if that was still an option. And I want to remind everybody that there are guidelines to affordable units and condition of the said units, like mechanical systems have to be upgraded within the last couple of years. I think most of you got to see Amy's email that spelled that out. So there are guidelines and restrictions that will hold the developer to a standard. And at the end of the day, it's the state of Massachusetts to really, Lauren can back me up on this. It's the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that signs off at the end of the day on a particular unit, and it has to meet a certain standard. It has to have X, Y, and Z conditions met. So if 4 units were available and we agreed to put them off site, maybe we could just wrap it up tonight and let the guiding bodies that regulate these housing units do their job, then we feel like we've accomplished our mission. So that's what I would like to put forward, so we don't have to add more and more to the end of the list. I think the idea for everyone is to, let's get it going. If they commit to that, everybody agrees, we can take a vote on it. There you go, there are your units. And not to mention, the town of Cohasset hasn't, I'm on one of these affordable housing committees that you guys speak of. They haven't put any affordable housing units on the market in, I don't know, 10 years or something. So there's a 7 years.
No, forever.
Okay, so it's been a while, but there's, so my point is that the developer is willing to do this now. And I agree 100% with Tom, like, we don't want to put money into some account that's just going to sit there for another decade or more. These units can be brought to the town as soon as even, you know, or just after maybe a building permit is issued. We don't have to wait till an occupancy permit. It doesn't necessarily have to wait for that. Like, if we take action now, we'll have units, and what we need is units. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to go back. I'm going to actually recognize Eve Tapper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're talking about the possible conditions for this project, but one very critical piece of the decision is also the findings. And I'm not an attorney, so if you are one and you want to tell me I'm wrong or correct me, that's fine. But I think in the findings, the planning board could say that we are approving, you have to make findings so that you are going to make a finding that the inclusionary housing provision has been adhered to by creating no less than 3 units off-site. And then I think Mr. Callahan's conditions that say, you know, they have to be actually in process or off-site before the occupancy permit is also appropriate to make sure you're holding their feet to the fire and that they don't get all of their occupancy permits before they have actually created the site, the units off-site. But I think that they have offered to have them off-site. I think the decision for the board tonight is whether or not you're okay with them actually creating units off-site, or if the board is going to insist that they are in the buildings themselves. And then you can put in the finding that it meets the requirement because they have agreed to put them off-site. And then you have conditions to make sure that that all gets done before the last occupancy permit. And that way, the applicant and anyone trying to enforce this going down the line knows that 3 or 4 units or however many can be had off-site are acceptable to the board, and that's how they're meeting that requirement. Again, I'm not an attorney, so if anyone else wants to weigh in, go right ahead.
All right, Paul Grady.
That's interesting. Have we heard at all where these off-site units would be? I mean, we have a project right in front of us that we're looking to approve. It's going to be built, but I haven't heard anything, or has the board heard anything? If correct me if I'm wrong, where these off-site projects were going to be, because the reason I'm asking, it's kind of a case of not in my backyard, it seems to me. So I'm interested as to what's moved on that. So we can find out where the project is going to be, and if we do allow on off-site building, and where's the progress with it.
All right. So I'd like to ask, thanks, Paul. Eve, I'd like to ask you a question. In your professional opinion, would you recommend that we approve something where we don't have a written plan for its execution, having it defined and having some sense of how much money will be involved, where it could be located, who will own it and what will be the ownership structure, and what will be the oversight role that is played by the town and also by the applicant. So I'm curious about your professional advice on this.
So I think that you put that's where Mr. Callahan's conditions come into play, that they, you explain that you want them to be where either on-site or off-site or however the board decides. And then you put the conditions in place that require them to have all of these in place to the satisfaction of the board before the building inspector can issue an occupancy permit, or halfway through, or as Mr. Callahan said, any occupancy permit in the west building. You can decide how to make sure that it is that your wishes are adhered to before they get all their occupancy permits and walk away. So there's a lot of things that cannot be determined at this stage, but it's incumbent upon the planning board, in my opinion, to put in as many conditions to ensure that it's done the way in which you want it to be done, and you hold back permits, that the performance bond, I think, is for the public space, but you hold back occupancy permits from their sellable units until they've done exactly what you'd like to do. But you have to give them the general idea, but you don't have to actually know where the units are. And as far as affordable, if you say they have to meet the guidelines to be eligible for the town's subsidized housing inventory, that is a state rule. And there are various, as Mr. Caleri said, there are very strict ways in order to have the units meet that requirement. So you'll make sure that they are affordable as needed. And you can put that in your conditions, you can put that in the findings. That's what you're looking for. 3 or more units that will be considered affordable either. And I think the big decision right now for the board is to determine whether you insist that they be on site, and then the applicants may push back because they've offered them off site, or if you're okay with them off site, as long as they actually create units and not just put money in. I think that's your kind of decision point, but you don't need to know exactly where they're going to be located. You just know in the conditions that they're not going to get everything that they need in order to sell all their units until they have done everything that you've asked.
Okay, I appreciate that, and my feelings are the following. I find it difficult to make a decision about an object for which I have no idea how much in the way of resources will be allocated to bring that to fruition, that I don't have any idea of where it could be located. I have no idea of what quality beyond the minimum which the state regulations require. And I also have no idea what the ownership structure is going to be. Are they going to be rental? Are they going to be owned? Is it going to be shared equity? And in that way, I don't understand the commensurability of a property at the harbor or in the harbor project versus building a piece of affordable housing. And that's the problem that I'm having. I'm having a problem of commensurability.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, are you asking for?
No, I'm just
okay.
I'm making my own comments about the situation, because in reading, I circulated a document earlier last week about how multiple communities in Massachusetts were thinking about affordable housing. And one gets the sense that we can be specific rather than pushing it off to down the road, which could lead to piecemeal decision-making, because one thing happens, then the next thing happens. And what's important to me is the quality and the location and the integration. If we're going to go off-site, then I think that there's a question of commensurability. What kind of place are we talking about? We just literally have no information at it at all. And we know from being in apartment buildings, in condominium projects, in neighborhoods, in planned developments, we know there's a material difference. The experience living in places like that are very different. And by having it end up being something that we push all the way down the road, it just seems as if we don't have enough information. And I think that there are some of the elements that we could actually agree on if we had information about that. That's just my comments.
Amy, Tom's looking at you.
Oh, okay, Tom, I can't see him.
I'll use my little computer hand if you want me to. But,
Well, I do need to have you do that because I
all
can't
right,
see
there
you
it
all.
is. There it is. I raised my hand.
Okay, thank you.
I looked at your comments, Amy. I think we're overly complicating this. You know, since July, when this started, we seem to have known that by the time we got to a permit decision, we weren't going to know about off-site units, where they were going to be, whether they were concrete. And I don't think we need to care about that too much. We're talking about the town of Cohasset, where I would suggest to you there aren't many undesirable locations. If this was a choice between developing on the waterfront in Boston and some inner city neighborhood in Boston, then there might be some great disparities. But any affordable housing in this town is going to be, I would think, in a desirable location in the greater scheme of things. What I proposed here is pretty simple. It's either off-site or it's going to be on-site by the deadline of occupancy permits. Now, if you want to say with some more detail that the off-site units have to be at least equal in size as to what would be built at 87, and we know what will be built at 87, we have all the per unit square footage. They have to be of equal size. They have to be ownership units or they have to be rental units. I personally don't care. I just want 3 affordable units on our inventory as quickly as possible. And I don't think we tonight can micromanage that. But I also think we should condition it. I think we should have the either or, it's off-site or in 87. So that we're not totally kicking it down the road. But, you know, if you want to set more detailed criteria as to what the 3 units off-site would look like, where they would be, you know, what their size would be, ownership versus rental, that's fine. I have no problem with adding that as a condition. But we're not going to have the concrete location tonight. We knew that in July, we were never going to have it tonight. And so let's, you know, if we all, I think the consensus of the 5 of us, from what I'm gathering, it might not be unanimous, but we're okay with entertaining the off-site or put them in on-site alternative. So let's do that. Let's condition that and go forward.
All right, thank you.
I mean, it's
I've got 3 other people to speak.
all right, that's fine. But,
Okay. Clark Brewer.
Thank you, Amy. So, I think we're not obviously going to get an affordable housing plan or the specific inclusionary zoning proposal as a part of our approval. So if we condition it and then that inclusionary component has to be approved by the planning board as a subsection of this site plan and special permit, I think I'm okay with there being some uncertainty as to what that is, and it certainly would, you know, the developer may have some creative ideas, and hopefully he can create the same size or close or maybe even more units at an off-site location that would have some very specific advantages, I think, for the affordable housing issue for the town of Cohasset. So I'm okay with having some conditions as a part of this decision, and provided that the planning board has the ability to approve the inclusionary zoning proposal. Again, whether it's on-site or off-site. If it's left uncertain, I think the board should approve it, not just say, here's a bunch of conditions. You can't get a C of O until you've met those conditions. I'm not comfortable with that.
All right, thank you. Paul Grady, you didn't have your hand up, but I know you were, no, Karis North, then Paul Grady.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for some context in terms of process on 40B affordable housing projects, you do have partners in the town with respect to the review and approval and decision-making with respect to those kinds of projects. You have your Affordable Housing Committee, you have the Affordable Housing Trust. You can require that those people who are the experts really in that area, you know, work with the applicant to meet the conditions that you all lay out, and then, you know, to those bodies' satisfaction. Also, their, you know, a 40B permit is going to have to go through a zoning board of appeals process. So there's more review there as well. I think that what Mr. Callahan set up in terms of conditions, to the extent that, you know, I have looked at them and we've talked about, he and I have talked about them, are the types of conditions that you can set out in this approval or in this application process now, that should lay out enough of the guidelines that the inclusionary zoning can be met. I agree also with Ms. Tapper about the findings that you would make with respect to inclusionary zoning. And then, you know, you bring back some of the details, or the condition is, you know, to the satisfaction of the Affordable Housing Trust or something like that. So I think there's, as everyone has said, there are ways to work through this without getting to the level of specificity that I know might make some people more comfortable, but I don't think is necessarily realistic at this point in time.
Thank you for that. Paul Grady?
Just in listening, I'm still, you know, I'm all for approval on site. And get it done tonight. I'm also looking at, but I'm still not hearing the wheres, and that's the part that's troubling me. Where are we going to put it? Tom mentioned that Olive Cohasset is a nice place. It is. But what part's nicer than the other? Some people would disagree. And as I said, it's, but there's nothing been put up about what's going to go on with the affordable housing. And I'm stuck on the wheres. What's been worked on. I know the developers have worked awfully hard on this, and I applaud them. But this is something that should have been brought to the table right along with the main project down at the harbor. So that's where I'm stuck right now. Is if it was on site, I'm ready to go with it.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Mr. McGoldrick speak next, and then I'm going to ask that we move to the next subject, and we will come back to this, because it sounds to me like there is potentially an agreement that there will be an approval of the possibility of the units to be located off-site, and that we will maybe specify a few more things about what it is that we expect, but presume that the detail that is being asked from this discussion be presented as conditions before we, as we condition what our view is. So, Mr. McGoldrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did have a lengthy discussion about alternatives. Unfortunately, I think that was the meeting Mr. Grady may have missed. So I'll just go over them really quickly. We had been meeting with the Affordable Housing Trust and Steering Committee. The bylaw requires us either to put them on the property or pay to the Affordable Housing Trust and Steering Committee a fee, a payment in lieu of fee. We looked at a couple of the towns that have that. We talked about that. We said to you back in September that we would go further than that, and we would identify and get units off-site. So the reason that we don't have them tonight is we have had opportunities, for example, to buy a piece of land by the train station. We wouldn't buy a piece of land today because we don't have an approval yet. So you can understand we don't have specificity because we don't have a permit yet from you. Once we get that permit, we will endeavor to work quickly to satisfy Cohasset's housing goals. And the housing goals is to get as many units.
Oops, you might need to turn off your video. We've lost your voice. And I want to,
You don't have to wait until we complete our building. We can get those units next year on the housing count, sooner rather than later. So we did discuss and have a number of alternatives, but obviously we can't pull the trigger until we know we have a project going forward.
okay, great. Thank you very much. I have a,
Amy, sorry, I missed Mr. McGoldrick's, basically the bulk of the statement because he was breaking up. I would like to hear it.
okay, thank you.
There's something
Mr.
about the
Vogel,
where
Can you
to
try
involve.
again?
We're breaking up, George.
Yeah, I'll try it again.
Yeah, video off.
I'm using the Callahan method of turning off my video. So we have identified a number of parcels around town, whether they're new construction or existing property that can be deed restriction. If you take an existing property and deed restrict it under the Mass General Law guidelines under 40B, you have a 30-year restriction that it's subsidized housing. It goes and counts for the town of Cohasset. We haven't identified a number of opportunities that we can do that around town. And we work with the Housing Trust to get that done. And the benefit is it gets done sooner rather than if we put them on site. On site is 2 to 3 years away at this point. We could actually get units on the housing count sometime next year. But obviously we need certainty of having a permit from the planning board before we pull the trigger on any of the opportunities. But we're working with the Housing Trust and the steering committee. And I noticed that both chairs, Mr. Jeffries are on, if you want to hear from them as well. So anything that gets approved by the trust steering committee and of course the state.
All right, thank you for that. I have a couple of queries from the public. Mr. Jeffers would like to speak. Lauren, can you promote him, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great, thanks. So Rob Jeffers, 18 Spring Street, the chairman of the Affordable Housing Committee. I just wanted to jump in because I know your meeting is going to go on for quite some time. And you were going to come back to this, but before you move on, the Affordable Housing Committee has, met with the developers, and we have voted and we do agree in the idea of having units offsite. A couple of the reasons why, one is that was mentioned, there was the idea of having more units. So if we had 4 units instead of 3, that helps in 2 ways. First of all, it helps more families. Obviously, 4 families is better than 3 families. Also, it helps us for our 40B, so it's 4 more units to our affordable housing count, which we feel is better. Also, we've spent a tremendous amount of time working on projects. We find it's extremely hard to do ourselves. We're on 5 years trying to develop our first affordable housing unit. We do think partnering with a developer will be much quicker. As Mr. McGoldrick just mentioned, probably within a year. That's faster than anything we think either the committee or the trust can do. So I think time to market's another reason why we think that is, a good idea. It's also, and it's likely to happen. We feel that this is consistent with what we see elsewhere. So if we look at other towns around here, if you build luxury units, it is a tendency to either do cash in lieu or allow them to build units elsewhere. Where we do see like the commingled units are in things like Avalon, where you have high density rental apartments, which isn't what I think is being proposed. Also, or you see scenarios where the affordable housing price isn't that much lower than the housing price. So for example, in Norwell and Tiffany Hills, I think it was called, the affordable housing price is $316,000. the unit, the full price, the market price was like 450. So in talking with the people, this isn't about winning the lottery, that you get a $800,000 house for $300,000. It's meant to, help people live in the community, and, get as many units, as possible. The last 2 points I'll make for quickly is, I think has been mentioned, the census is coming out. We are going to be less than 10%. We've approved over 300 units in the past decade, and none of them have been affordable that have been built. So we are definitely going to be under the numbers. Right now, there are no live projects, other than the 808 Jerusalem, which with Habitat, that's years away, to actually put affordable housing. So once that census comes out, a developer no longer needs to go to you. Right, so we will be subject to 40B, and they could propose to put anything there, and we would begin to lose control. I think if we show with our affordable housing plan that we submitted, and we show real progress on actual units being built, we would have an ability to fend off a developer. But if we haven't developed anything in 10 years and we don't have any, real plans to have something, I think that's going to be tough. The last point I'll make is, I think the Affordable Housing Steering Committee has been, granted by the select board to really look at these things. I'm not going through every bit of detail. We have spent years looking at affordable housing, over a year putting an affordable housing, plan together. We would ask that you would take our advice on this. We are only an advisory board. Obviously, it's your decision, but this isn't just, something that we came up with lightly. We think this is very consistent with the plan that we have put together. All of the units that, that Mr. McGoldrick, had put together, they were like either near transportation or near downtown. Those are the types of places where you want to have affordable housing. In our plan, it never said, waterfront property. That's not necessarily consistent with our plan. So we just wanted to make sure you knew our opinion. We have spent a lot of time on this, and we do think this is a pragmatic way of actually getting affordable housing built. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I want to ask the two hands that I have whether or not you have new information that you would like to add. If what you want to say is what's been said generally, we have two choices now. We can, so I would like to see whether or not there's something unique out there that somebody wants to say. If so, raise your hand. All right, so I'm going to move this forward. Yep. Okay, Tom.
It's not, well, you say unique new. I want to make a motion that we put this to bed by making a motion to approve certain conditions. I don't see the need to beat this further down the line tonight or in another meeting in January.
I was going to ask members of the
I'm
board.
hearing a consensus on, on conditions, so.
Yes, I understand that, and I want to get to that. So I'd like to ask board members if there's any other comments that you would like to make. All right, with no other comments, would someone like to make a motion?
Yes, I will.
Tom Callahan?
Does everybody on the board have this document in front of them so they can follow along?
Are you planning to read the entire thing you have here?
No, I'm not planning to read the entire thing. I want you to know where there's a couple of changes that have come from this discussion that I'd like to show you where they're going to be plugged in.
All right, great.
Because if everybody has the document in front of you, Eve and Lauren have renamed these conditions, renumbered them 1 through 10. Looking at it, 1, 9, and 10 aren't necessary. So I'm going to make a motion that we adopt conditions 2 through 8 with the following changes. In condition 2, where it says 3 affordable units, in reference to Paul Cleary's comment, it would say 3 or more. In the condition number 4, the affordable units, right after it says the affordable units, I would add the phrase rental or ownership. I don't think we need to make that decision tonight, but leave it, the option open for whatever comes up, whatever is going to be developed. And then at the end of that section, that condition number 4, I would add the following, based on what I've heard tonight. Units must match the average size of units in the west building, parentheses 1,415 square feet. I just looked at the plan to confirm that. If this option is chosen, and condition 4 is referring to the option of developing off-site, it will be subject to further review of suitability by the board, meaning we would in the future make sure that these units are the right size, location, whatever else we think, whether they're going to be state compliant. That's what the future review would consist of. So I think that addresses everything I said. I've heard tonight that will be in addition to the way these conditions were originally written.
So I'd like to make a friendly amendment, two amendments
Yep.
to your motion, if I may.
Yep.
The first is that I would like you to include the word shared equity.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, shared equity would be if the property was essentially co-owned by the individual who was the tenant, quotes, and the owner, if this was some sort of a multi-unit development with a legal structure like that.
I'm not, again, with all due respect, I'm missing what you're talking about. They're either going to be owned units or rented units.
That's correct, but if there's a million different ways to finance affordable housing, and if what we can do is construct a financing system so that the individual who lives in the house can generate equity and then they may move on. That is why we do affordable housing, so people can get equity and therefore they start to build wealth. That's what affordable housing is all
Right.
about.
Well, then in that respect, they're ownership units, and the state regulations limit how much. For example, if they purchase the unit for $150,000, there's only a certain percentage they can then sell it for above $150,000.
Okay, so if you want to reject my,
No, I'm just saying, but that's fine. Then if you want to dictate that their ownership interest to do that, then dictate that their ownership interest. It takes rental out of the picture.
I don't think that I don't want to bind the decision that tightly. What I want to do is just ensure that there's a possibility that equity can be generated. The second is that
Adam, jump in here anytime.
okay, I'm not done yet. And my second amendment relates to the average size.
Yep.
It is requested, at least at the state level, that you try to imagine a unit that is large enough to hold a family. And so we might want to, my own feeling is we could be making it too big, we could be making it too small, but from the standpoint of where the housing shortage is, the housing shortage is in families.
Okay, the alternative of where these are going to go for the bylaw is in the project. And the project's units are apartments. They're not family housing. So if we put them in the project, we're going to get 1,400.
I'm not saying put them in a project. I'm just saying you specified an average size, and I'm just saying.
I specified a minimum size because somebody brought it up tonight and the conditions didn't say that before tonight. And I don't oppose the idea, but.
I'm asking for variability in the size. That's what my amendment is about.
Fine by me. Make it a minimum size, not an average.
Jen Oram?
I apologize, Madam Chair, but I know that Steve Gomer from the Affordable Housing Trust is here, and I know that you're talking about affordable housing, but I think he wants to comment on financing, et cetera, I believe. And I know that when we come to panelists, we can't raise our hands. So he's here with
Yeah, I saw him and he waved. So thank you, Jen.
You're welcome.
Mr. Gomer. And let me just say that where we are, as we have gotten to the point where we are more or less setting up a set of conditions, seeking an approval for offsite housing location. And we're doing some fine tuning in terms of objectives that we think we need to put into this document and into the discussion at this moment. So that's where we are. You're muted.
I appreciate that. I've been following from the beginning. A couple of things I'd like to note, and I'd like to reinforce some of the commentary made by the Rob Jeffers, the chair of the Affordable Housing Steering Committee, in that there has been an enormous amount of work focused on affordable housing, ownership structures, rental structures, the need for the types of housing. It's not just families, right? We have a lot of elderly people in this town who cannot afford to stay here. So please, I beg of you to open the scope of this consideration, recognize that there's been a great amount of time put into it, and in addition, an enormous amount of work put on by the proponents of this project, simply looking for those options. Finally, I'd like to point out that one of the persons on your board was one of the original proponents of affordable housing in this town, and that's Mr. Callahan. Without him, there would be no Affordable Housing Trust. While we appreciate your efforts, we also recognize that we are under a time crunch. We can juggle as much as we want. We can try and enforce ownership, shared equity, minimum square footage, maximum number of bedrooms, etc. We need units. We need units. All right, and we've got to get on with it. This proponent has been willing to examine any number of options. And I have been extraordinarily impressed by that. I encourage the board strongly to recognize that you can load the conditions on, and that is not only your purview, but your right, and frankly, your duty. But I'd also ask you to recognize that the proponent is willing to move on this before he builds unit 1. And yet at the same time, we're still stuck in the same place we were in September. Thank you.
Mr. Gomer, let me say that one of the sort of disappointments of the process, we chalk it up to Zoom, but really it's the process of the committee and how planning board attempts to address issues. We are accumulating information every time we meet, and we have not had a deep discussion of the philosophy or the attitudes of the planning board members until tonight about affordable housing. So we have to do this in real time because of open meeting law. And as a consequence, that's why the nitty-gritty detail is being discussed, not because we're trying to be petulant, but because we actually have to talk it out amongst ourselves in order to really feel that we're doing our job. So I'm not
never left my lips, not once. And by the way, I've been involved with the town and town government for more than 23 years. I recognize how the planning board works. I've been around it a good deal of time. I'm very simply making the point that in another 6 months, we're open to 40B. Okay, we are open to a 40B project. It's as simple as that. So I'm asking the planning board broadly, not the chair is included in this request, to think long and hard about the conditions you will want to lay upon the proponent. We simply request that you remember that expedience in this case is important. We recognize that there are certain conditions that you do want met and you'll find necessary. We appreciate that. We're simply making the point that there are two bodies who have studied this project now for more than 7 years. And there's one person on your board who's been a proponent on it for 20. So that's the simplicity of my request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a motion that's on the floor, and I have 2 people who would like to speak. Eric, would you like to add something to your comments?
Yes, I just piggyback on what Steve Gomer's saying. I think that the simplicity is best. It keeps control with us. But to overcomplicate it, I think is unnecessary. So I back up what Steve just said and what Tom's saying as well.
Thank you very much. Clark Brewer?
Yeah, I agree with that general sentiment. If we can keep the conditions simple, provided that the planning board can approve it, whatever the plan for inclusionary zoning is as a replacement to 3 on-site units. Again, I think the planning board should approve it, not the Affordable Housing Trust or the Affordable Housing Committee. They could make a recommendation, but I think it's important that we approve whatever that inclusionary zoning compliance plan is.
All right, thank you. Tom Callahan?
Well, I'm trying to put this in writing so that you can see what the changes are and everybody can see the changes are. I'm at the point that I don't know how I'm going to share this as a document. But,
I'm not sure.
it's, you know,
Lauren,
like I
can he
said-
share?
Yes, he does have the ability to share.
Thank you.
all right, but so I have to take this excerpt, put it on a separate document and name it something, I suppose. Is that what I have to do? Let me just try to do that. Not first. Never mind.
Okay, so why don't we go back? Let's go back to your
So
original proposal
Yeah,
and bracket.
Yeah, here it is again. Let me just say it succinctly. But by the way, I'll just say as a side about findings, yes, I had a narrative proposed finding on inclusionary zoning. It's been taken out. Just generally speaking, I think we have to work on our findings and add some narrative language to it, but that's a separate topic. But on the conditions themselves. So on the document you have before you, it's condition 2 through 8. In condition 2, it's amended by saying 3 or more affordable units. In condition 4, I'm going to propose a slight change, adding to the end of condition 4, units must be a minimum of 1,415 square feet in size. I hope that addresses your concern. And then further, it would say, if this option is chosen, meaning the choice to go off-site, it will be subject to further review for suitability and compliance by the board. Okay, does everybody at least understand those amendments and where they're going?
Just a minute, Mr. No, let's let Tom finish this and then I'll come back to you, Ted. Tom, keep going.
Right. Now, as far as your comment, Amy, about equity.
Well, as long as let's just put it either rental or ownership. Make it somehow an open question about what it could be structurally, and so that it's possible for us to discuss both of those as a condition.
All right. Well, what I just did to that is to say rental or ownership with a preference towards a project that will build equity for the unit occupant, because George and Ted's group and the Affordable Housing Committee going into this, I got to know what they're doing. And they can't commit themselves to an ownership project or a rental project and then, subject to us maybe reversing them down the road. I think we should tell them it can be either or, but tell them what our preference is, which is
that's fine.
To build equity, and let them go from there. And then they'll come back to us and they'll say, okay, we couldn't do the ownership unit because of this, and this is why we think the rental.
I accept the friendly amendment.
All right. Okay. So, I mean, I will get this language obviously to staff tomorrow, but if everybody understands those amendments, I think we can vote on these conditions and move on to the next topic.
All right. Ted Lubitz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just with respect to one of the conditions put in there having to do with minimum unit sizes, I just want to also let the board know that I have a 15-year history of developing and acquiring affordable housing throughout the U.S. and a lot in Boston and Massachusetts. And I think it's been stated enough tonight how challenging it is. And that's also one of the reasons why we don't have it in Cohasset, is because it's incredibly hard to do. It's very costly. And, I want to try to preserve as much flexibility, because what we've committed to do, we have committed to do, and we will do it. But by narrowing our ability to do it based on unit sizes, some of the things that we've talked about is converting existing housing. And, to try to find 3 1,400 square foot rental apartments or something like that is going to be very challenging. And so I would just ask for some flexibility so that you can waive it, or we can come in, because we're going to come in with a great plan. We've brought a lot of them up to you. We've had extensive conversations on this, and I just would really, really ask for some flexibility on this.
Well, I hear what you're saying. I think the sentiment, that Amy expressed about families and stuff is that we wouldn't want you to come forward with a project with 3 or 4 tiny studios, so I don't know, does a range work better for you, or does?
I think as long as you have the ability to waive it, and again, if you're able to approve the plan and it meets the definition under MGL 40B for local action units, I would think you'd be protected. But I mean, if you have the ability to approve our plan, then
I think if we're going to have the ability to have a final review of this, where it says for suitability and compliance, I think that's the opportunity where we would be able to say, waive that and say, okay, the best you can do is 1,200 square foot units time,
or consideration if, we were able to do 4 units, but they were, less than 1,400 square feet or something like that, because this is hard to do. We will.
Yeah, I mean, I would personally, I would be okay with a range, or 1,000 square foot minimum, or 1,200 square foot minimum. I just, again, my original conditions didn't discuss this at all, because that would have left the ultimate flexibility, but it's been brought up, trying to address it. I think we will have the flexibility to address it on the subsequent review. The question is, do we put some kind of minimum or range now? I'll leave that to the rest of the board thinks. But your point's well taken. But just as long as we don't have tiny studios, you know what I'm saying.
Thank you for
So since I was the one who put it in, I'm going to take it out. I didn't put it in, Tom put it in, but I would rescind that particular condition so that we can move this issue forward. And I would ask that those that have their hands up, if you have anything unique to add to the conversation that has not been said before, then continue. Otherwise, I would like Tom to restate his motion, and then I'll ask for a second. Tom, can you restate your motion?
Oh, you ready for me?
Yes.
All right, the motion is to adopt as conditions to this decision. That is on the document under the topic of affordable housing that was presented by staff tonight, conditions 2 through 8. An amendment to condition 2 is that it state 3 or more affordable units. An amendment to condition 4 that after the phrase affordable units, it says in parentheses, rental or ownership with a preference towards a project that will build equity for the unit occupant, in parentheses. And at the end of that condition 4, a sentence that says, if this option is chosen, it will be subject to further review for suitability and compliance by the board.
All right. Does anyone have any other modifications to this language at this time? All right. May I get a second to the motion?
Second.
Thank you. I have a second. Let me do a roll call vote. Tom Callahan.
Aye.
Clark Brewer.
Clark Brewer, aye.
Eric Potter,
Eric Potter, aye.
Paul Grady,
Aye.
Amy Glassmeyer, aye. Passes. Let's move on. Our next item is going to be a discussion of compliance, sidewalks, and parking spaces. I think we lost Paul Colery because he was traveling. All right, everybody have their documents and have you had a chance to look at them again? I would like to ask Clark if he would speak to the general issues associated with the aesthetics, the materials, and then we'll all talk about parking. So why don't you try to pick through this so you get the things that you're really quite qualified for. I see Paul Colery just was here again. And then we'll talk about parking next. So first, sidewalks and ADA compliance.
Well, the applicant has to comply with ADA requirements, but in terms of the sidewalks, I think that there were a number of materials that were left unspecified, or surfaces that were unspecified as to what that material was. And I'm okay with this, like the affordable housing component, if provided that the planning board, I think we can accept generic approach to some of these, provided that that a final, as a part of the final revised site plan, we get actual materials that we can review and approve for sidewalks and other services. Regarding the rest of this section, there's overhead traffic light that's referenced, and quite a bit of I think the site design may be tied to a redesign of the intersection with the main street. So any condition, I think, needs to be conditioned on coordinating with whatever that redesign is. In terms of parking, if we're going to talk about parking too as a part of this one, I noted that there's 8 commercial or non-residential parking spaces in the surface lot of 124, and and I had originally thought this was a shared parking project, where residential units, if the owner leaves during the day, that those become available for commercial parking or office space or whatever that is. But at the last meeting, the developer said that they didn't have a shared parking scheme, that the interior units were going to be reserved for residential. So that means we only have 8 commercial spaces for 124, and that's enough for like 24 tables of a cafe. It's enough for 800 square feet, not the 3,700 square feet that is proposed of office space or retail. And I just think that that there's an issue with the total amount of parking, even though it might comply with the spirit of the parking section. I think the planning board can ask for further information about what those specific uses might be and what the parking demands are. At this point, whatever's left over from the interior residential spaces is enough for warehouse parking at 1 space per 500 square feet. Just doesn't make sense to me. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Eve Tapper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make two comments. The first was with the discussion of materials. I think it makes sense to allow them to come back with materials, but I think that your conditions could be written in such a way that you'd like to, if you want to see them all the same color or durable materials. And this is both with respect to the sidewalks, and then when you talk about building materials, there was a discussion I know last time about being able to hold up to the weather in this area. So you can make it, you can allow them to decide on the final scheme afterwards, but the board can and maybe should put some more specificity into the kinds of materials that you would be wanting to see, so that when they come back with something beautiful but different than what you thought, there isn't a whole long conversation about it. You set your goals ahead of time. With regard to the parking spaces, I think there might be a little bit of a disconnect as to how they meet the parking requirements. I know that there was a conversation that Mr. Lubitz and I sort of had at the last meeting about whether they comply with the parking spaces. And then there was a discussion, I think, and maybe Ms. North can speak to this, between attorneys, that they're still asking for a waiver of those parking requirements. So I just wanted to kind of have that discussion cleared up at the end of this at the end of this section. I don't know the answer. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that either they're sharing them like Clark indicated, or they're not sharing them, but they have the correct number of spaces for each one of the uses, or they don't, or how that works, and if they're asking for a waiver.
All right, I think it's been, a request has been made of Mr. Goldrick and Mr. Lubitz to weigh in on this. Are you asking for a waiver, or is this shared use?
So I will ask Attorney Brodsky to weigh in on this, but there is a waiver for the commercial parking requirement as supported by the demand study, which our traffic engineer worked with Sampson on and presented multiple times on this point, including some back and forth, and Weston and Sampson concluded that there was adequate parking. With respect to the exact waivers or relief we're seeking, I think Adam should weigh in on that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brodsky?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've consistently requested reduction in the total number of parking spaces, which is permitted under the overlay bylaw under section 322.7A2, and that's been a consistent request since we submitted this application. I'd ask that John speak to specific parking numbers, but Ted is correct. The justification for that is that we actually studied parking demand, and the relief that we've requested is consistent with that demand study. So John?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. So the traffic demand study prepared by Vanas determined that the appropriate number of parking spaces for this facility based on their impact assessment was 14 spaces in total. And that was based on a factor of 3.74 spaces per 1,000 square feet. That was based on a retail facility with peak demand on a weekend count. They also looked at a combination of residential and commercial parking in a mixed use development. And both of those numbers are factored in and accounted for in the design. So the overall parking on the site is 52 spaces, 14 commercial between that are shared between the two sites at 124 and 87. There are 8 at 124 and 6 at 87 Elm. The residential parking is inside completely at 124, and there's one spot outside at 87. So over at 87, we have 24 spaces, 23 spaces inside the building for the residential. We have 21 outside, and that includes 8 for the residential mixed use project and 13 in the municipal lot. Over at 87, We have 21 total spaces, 6 outside and 15 undercover. As Clark mentioned, I think he spoke directly to the ADA compliance matter at a previous hearing, but we certainly will have to abide by ADA. We do meet and exceed ADA in terms of the count. ADA essentially requires 1 space for every 25 total spaces, excluding residential. However, we've accounted for residential at both locations in the total count. We have 1 ADA space at 87 for the 21 spaces. We have accounted 1 ADA space within 124's 23 space allotment. And we have a second ADA space within the municipal shared parking lot, which is a total of 21 space count. So if you excluded all the residential spaces, you'd actually be, you wouldn't need 2 spaces at 124, but we have 2 spaces to exceed that requirement. That sums up the parking count.
So what we've heard is that there is a waiver being requested. This will obviously get reviewed by the ZBA. And my understanding is it's rather difficult to get a waiver for parking by the ZBA. So I'm just wondering if there's some solution to that potential problem that ought to get worked into what we're working on now, or allow this to float. But we'll proceed. Adam Brodsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You may be confusing the concept of a variance. We're not seeking any variances with respect to parking. The planning board has the ability to reduce the total number of parking spaces pursuant to its special permit granting authority within the overlay district. And so that's the relief that we're seeking from this board. Thank you.
Tom, did you, let me add, Karis North?
Yeah, Madam Chair. Yeah, the provision with regard to the reduction in the number of spaces is within the overlay district itself. And it just requires credible evidence submitted that meets the satisfaction of the planning board that the peak parking demand does not coincide the peak parking demand of uses does not coincide, and that the accumulated parking demand at any one time shall not exceed the total capacity of the facility. So that's what you have to determine, and whether the evidence that they submitted is credible and is to your satisfaction with respect to their request.
Thank you. Eve Tapper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I sort of lost track of where all the spaces were, but I'm wondering how have the parking spaces that are on the town's land? I heard something about the town parking lot, and I want to make sure, or I want the board to understand, to decide how they decide whether whether the parking spaces on the town land are counted in the number that are needed in the traffic study, or I know some of those are between the applicant's land and the town's land. So I'm trying to figure out whether or not the town parking spaces have been included in meeting the demand. And I don't have an opinion necessarily. I just want the board to be clear about what parking spaces are counted in for why.
Yeah, and I can speak to that. So there are 13 spaces on the town land, and there are 8 spaces on the private land. And so the 13 spaces on the municipal land are not included in the parking count. However, a portion, the 4 spaces on the private land are being shared municipal and commercial use. So we're maintaining a minimum count of 17 spaces available to the municipal lot, but we're not using those towards We're not using the 13 spaces on the town land as part of our count.
Okay, so to meet the requirement for the parking study that, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, may I
No,
just ask again? So to meet the parking requirement for that the parking study says you need this number of parking spaces, you're not counting the 13 in that calculation. You have enough without those 13 that are there, but are not being counted towards being used. You have enough that the parking study says you have enough without those 13 parking spaces. Am I?
That's correct.
understanding correct? Thank you.
That's correct.
Are there any further comments from the planning board?
Just one clarification, what John Cavanaro is saying is the Van Ness, the traffic parking consultant, indicates that the parking ratio should be 1 to 1,000 square feet of space, 1 parking space to 1,000.
No, they say it's 3.74 spaces per 1,000 square feet.
300 per
3.74 spaces per 1,000 square feet.
300 and the bylaw for retail space indicates 1 to 100, which may well be excessive and not meet typical standards. Okay, thanks for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Callahan, I saw you have your hand up.
I mean, in writing some of these conditions about sidewalks, I just wanted ADA compliance and make sure it's something that's nice looking and not blacktop. That's my major objective, is to not have blacktop down here. As far as the parking goes, I wanted, if we're concerned that there's not enough commercial spaces, and I don't know if we are, talked about the grass lot that's across the street at Stockbridge and Margin Street. And I'd like to hear what the applicant has to say about this. Now, it's zoned residential, so there can't be commercial parking on it. It's not an allowed use. But could that site serve as a possible overflow location, leaving it grass, not marking out spaces, but would that be a possibility of doing, to the extent that we're worried that there aren't enough spaces here? And anybody can answer that question.
I think that's a question directed either to Mr. McGoldrick or to Mr. Lubitz.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious what they say about it.
Thank you. George, I think you wanted to speak, but you've got to unmute your phone and mute your computer.
Technical difficulties. Sorry about that. So Madam Chair, 22 Margin Street, the parcel that Mr. Callahan is referencing is not part of this project, and it's a residentially zoned. So it's not part of this project.
All right.
Then let me talk about the town lot next to the Veterans Memorial. And I'm not sure the conditions, the conditions say not to have that count towards your overall count. But the other thing I would want to condition there is to ensure that it's not used by residents or guests as permanent, temporary, or overnight parking. However, even though some people may come down there for a walk at night, if a restaurant use or some commercial use there needed an overflow, is anybody have a problem with allowing a certain number of those 13 spaces to be used for overflow after a certain hour of night? So there's two sets of conditions there. One, to ban the residents and guests from using it, period. And the second being possibly allowing for overflow commercial use after a certain hour of the evening when usage of it is likely by residents of the town would likely be down.
Are you proposing an amendment or are you proposing an
Well,
addition?
I'm proposing fleshing out a condition, you know, where
Okay.
we talked about the town parking spaces in terms of just not having it part of their count. You know, as a practical matter, it's gonna be there, and people are gonna wanna use it at nighttime when there's gonna be less public use of it. There's gonna be a temptation.
Tom, you'll need to turn off your video.
I'm sorry. So I just want to address the reality that there's going to be residential guests and commercial guests to use it, and should we account for that?
All right, so in the case of the discussion on parking, the material is actually very detailed. And I don't think that we can just make a sweeping conclusion about the items. They're more numerous than the discussion of affordable housing, and they are not all the same, and they're not permutations of themes. So when Tom made his point, this last point, there is a reference here to, instead of trying to guess, says the problem is that the developers do not know at this juncture what sort of commercial and or non-residential tenants they will have. Required parking varies somewhat on the types of use, so the way to proceed is to not guess, but add a condition that says the planning board will authorize an occupancy permit for each commercial non-residential tenant after approval of a parking plan consistent with the zoning bylaw of section 300-7-1. So I think we, in all fairness to all of these comments, I want us to go through them individually. There's no other way to do it. So let's Clark, are you satisfied with the comments about sidewalk materials? Or do you have a condition that you would like to add to make it more formal?
Yeah, I think the condition just needs to be that they get presented and approved by the planning board prior to the start of construction.
Okay, I have to write these things down in order to keep track of them. Okay, so item number 44, which is item number 2 under ADA compliance. In the parking areas for the north and south buildings, applicant shall provide at least 2 handicap spaces and may not use a handicap space within the adjacent town parking area towards meeting this requirement. It shall provide the 1 handicap space proposed for the west building. All handicap spaces shall meet all ADA size and measurement requirements.
So if I could comment on that.
Yes, please.
We're providing, as I mentioned, actually one in excess of what's required under ADA. Because again, residential spaces aren't counted in accessible spaces. So we're providing 2 accessible spaces for essentially a total of 44 total spaces, 21 in the town lot, 23 inside the building. So that meets and actually exceeds the minimum amount of ADA spaces. We have 1 in the quote town lot that doesn't exist today, and we have 1 inside the building. So to add another handicap space would even be further beyond what's required by law. So we are already exceeding that.
Wasn't intended. That wasn't intended.
Wait, Tom, I have somebody who's got a hand up, Paul Caleri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a couple of points. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, I was hearing some feedback. So a couple of points, starting with, we had an outside consultant communicate directly with their traffic study team, and it was determined that the parking that was provided to us on the plan was sufficient. I just want to bring that point back to the table, that, you know, we had this Weston and Sampson working with us the whole time, and they agreed with their traffic study. So that's one point of clarification I'd like to make. Secondly, to Tom's comment about seeing if we could put some sort of restriction, I think he was saying on that municipal lot. I don't know that that's within the planning board's authority, because I think that's belongs to the town, and it would be a town's decision if they wanted to open that up. And as Mr. Caronaro just explained, they exceed the handicap parking that is required for the number of commercial spaces. That's all I have. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Tom Callahan, I would like to ask you if you have something unique to say that is going to contribute to this discussion, please go ahead. Otherwise, I'd like to just reiterate something written on the page.
Oh, I'm reading what's on the page, and I'm just noticing this other condition someone has added about.
Can you keep your hand down? Tom?
Creating a walkway from to the town dock, and I don't know if you want to discuss that.
Well, we're we're a little bit of ways from that one.
All right.
So just hang on here. So I want clarification here. I have the request that while Mr. Carvanaro is saying that there is an additional unit of parking in addition to what's required, what I'm hearing here is something slightly different, and I want to get somebody to clarify this for me. It says in the parking area, applicants shall provide at least 2 handicap spaces and may not use the handicap space within the adjacent town parking area towards meeting the requirements. So you're saying that you have 3 separate ADA compliant parking spaces, and that there's a 4th one and there is to either be or is a handicap space in that lot now. I'm just trying to, I want to make sure we get this right and don't get you with something you don't want.
Appreciate that.
Your mic is really garbled.
My mic is horrible.
Why don't I try to just answer this, John? You're coming in really hard. So, Madam Chair, there is no handicap space in the town parking lot.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay, number 45, the surface parking. Number 45, the surface parking area for the west, north and south buildings and for the town parking area shall be constructed of pervious materials. ADA compliant, and this condition shall run with the land and cannot be changed by applicants, successors in interest. I'm going to try to bundle some of these. It's a little bit difficult to do. Nope. The applicant will maintain this is the next item, 58. The reason I'm not, the reason I am hesitating right now, is that me? Is because the material, many things are wound up together, and I'm trying, these conditions have a lot of interwoven messages, and I'm trying to separate them out and keep certain things distinct. That's why this is a little bit difficult. So I'm just going to skip a few places down because it's the only way to do it. The applicant is asked to maintain the extent of existing sidewalks on the approved site plan and will add new sidewalk along Margin Street as proposed. All sidewalks pre-existing development and to be added along Elm Street, Margin Street, and Cove Street will be upgraded as set forth below, installed and maintained by the applicant and applicant's successors in interest. Any future homeowners or condominium association created to govern the structures built at the site shall make sufficient annual budget or fee reservation allocation to maintain the sidewalks, and the town may require to view that the budget or fee reserved from time to time. So I'm going to stop there, but that's the level of detail we have here on this list of items. And let me ask Eve, with this list, we have a lot of specificity. If we were to say that we accept the applicant's analysis of parking and the parking lot and the parking, the number of designated slots, but we have all of this information that's written down here as conditioning. How does that get together?
I'm working on that right now.
Okay, so then I really do have to read all these things. So we have to then, okay, so let's take one topic that I think is pretty easy to deal with. I think Clark proposed that all the items that deal with materials will be presented to the planning board prior to construction.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's going to bracket all of those statements about material. Clark, is that okay for you?
That's fine.
All right. Great.
Trying to add that into a number of places.
Okay, the second item that I think is easy to deal with is about ADA compliance. My presumption is that we are going to presume that the applicant is going to carry out any placement of parking spaces or any situation where there's ADA compliance, that they would adhere to the law. And so all of the mentions of ADA, I'm bucketing under that. And Tom, since you spoke to it, well, Clark, you spoke to ADA compliant. Do you want to accept a blanket approval of the items that are associated with ADA compliance?
I'm okay with what the applicants propose regarding ADA parking spaces.
Okay, so, all right. Okay, so what I'd like to do is to clear those two things up then. And the first is ADA compliance. Can I get a motion from someone to approve what has been proposed by the applicant regarding ADA compliance?
So moved.
Can you make the motion? Did somebody make the motion?
I just said so moved.
Second.
Okay, I'm going to call a roll call. Eric Potter,
Eric Potter, aye.
Tom Callahan,
Aye.
Paul Grady,
Aye.
Clark Brewer,
Aye.
Park O'Leary,
Aye.
Amy Glassmeyer. I want a second motion regarding the materials on the project. Clark, would you do that, please?
That all final landscape and site materials be identified and presented for approval as a part of the final revised site plan for the project and prior to construction.
Do I hear a second?
Second it.
Roll call, please. Eric Potter,
Potter, aye.
Tom Callahan,
Callahan, aye.
Paul Grady,
Aye.
Clark Brewer,
Clark Brewer, aye.
Paul Caleri.
Paul Caleri, aye.
All right. There is a little bit of discussion on sidewalks that have to do with specific sidewalks. And I'm going to put it aside for the moment, and I'll come back to it. So let's see if we can vote on parking. And what I would ask is somebody to make, what I'm hearing is, in general, there is an agreement that the applicant has provided the parking in appropriate volume relative to the uses of the buildings. Do I hear any dissent of that?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'd say we don't know what the final uses are. If they're based on retail, that's something. But the final uses could change around the parking count. If retail is a good average between what might be office space and could be like a restaurant, then that's fine. It's just we don't know what those final uses are.
Okay, so then if you will look at the list of items, and it's number 12, it essentially paraphrases just what you said. I would ask that, are there any other issues in the discussion of parking that somebody wants to either further discuss or somehow condition?
Only what I said before, that the town parking lot not be used for resident or guest parking at any time.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to ask that this be constructed in a motion with 2 amendments. I would like us to agree to the general request of the applicant based on the number of parking spaces that they have allotted across the 2 buildings, with 2 amendments. And I'd ask Clark first to make us an amendment, and then Tom Callahan.
I don't have a specific amendment, Amy. If you wanna draft.
Okay, so then I'll just read this. Let me read this, and that'll stand for it. Okay, the planning board will authorize an occupancy permit for each commercial non-residential tenant after approval of a parking plan consistent with the zoning bylaw, section 300-7.1. Okay, so that's the first. And then Tom, you had a condition. You have an amendment?
Oh, it's just, there's a condition that said what you just said, I worded in just a slightly different way, but that's okay. We'll figure that out later. But my condition was the 13 municipal parking spaces near the Veterans Memorial on town land shall not be counted toward meeting the minimum parking requirements for the development, nor shall they be used for permanent, temporary, or overnight resident or guest use.
All right. Mr. Brodsky?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just raised the question of whether the planning board, in connection with our application for our project site, can restrict the uses of the town portion of that parking lot in this proceeding. And perhaps that's a question for town council.
Yeah, I can't.
Karis North, could you weigh in on this?
Sure, Madam Chair. Sorry, can you, so the question is whether or not the planning board can condition as part of this application non-use of the town's parking in the Veterans Memorial parking lot, which is not part of the project.
It is, they're redoing the parking lot. aren't they?
Well, right, that's true.
I mean,
don't-
the
Yeah.
police department could certainly put a rule that there's no overnight parking there, which would cover everybody in town, and if that's the safe way it has to be done, so be it. But the intent of that amendment is to keep the residents from using it as part of their parking,
Right.
to the exclusion of the rest of the public who wants to come down there and use the park. And so.
Right, and I think, Attorney Brodsky,
And that use, by the way, could happen during the daytime, so a simple prohibition on overnight parking isn't gonna cut it, because residents and guests could be using it during the daytime, preventing other members from the public parking there when they want to be down there.
All right, so.
Yeah. Sorry.
Karis, why don't you think about this for a minute? Because
Yeah,
I know you want
let
to
me
say
just-
something, and it's like right off the cuff, here, find that. And I'll have Clark and I'll come back to you. Clark Brewer?
Thanks.
Yeah, just quickly, this parking lot got a vote on the floor of town meeting to allow the selectmen to negotiate easement and work arrangements with the developer on this. So I think as a planning board, we could make some kind of recommendation, but I really suspect we should let the selectmen who have jurisdiction over roads and public property make any conditions that they need or they see fit at that time.
Yeah, so why don't your condition be something like, the applicant shall work with the select board to ensure that, the public spaces in that lot are appropriately used, or something along those lines.
Tom, is that okay?
Yeah, let me just change it. Okay. I'm gonna try to get a document emailed to Lauren so you can see it. So you can see these changes as I think they're coming through my.
Right,
head.
because
Okay, so while you're doing that, I would like to ask, we can't do two things at once. Eve?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question about the previous condition that Mr. Brewer had indicated. So there's going to be, when this site plan is approved, or if the site plan is approved, there's going to be a certain number of parking spaces on the site. And I'm not sure how an occupant, having to come back to the planning board for an occupancy permit, depending on what the use is going to be very helpful, because what that means is the planning board could say, no, you can't use that use because there aren't enough parking spaces. They're not going to provide new parking spaces. So I think what the planning board has to decide is, do they think that the applicant is providing enough parking spaces to adequately take the traffic and park them for the uses. But I don't know that you can go hold it back and have the planning board approve every change of use, because what if the planning board says, no, there aren't enough? Or maybe that's an enforcement issue if they end up not having enough. And I know that there is a section of the bylaw that allows for some enforcement, but they're not necessarily going to have any space to put additional parking spaces if the planning board decides they need more. So I just want the board to think about how that might work.
So Eve, you're saying it's essentially impractical solution to the concern.
Well, I think you need to decide whether the parking, whether you agree with the traffic study that they did, or the parking study that they did, that this is generally the number of parking spaces that they're going to need, and then approve the site plan as presented, or not. But having the board approve the uses as they're coming forward. If the board feels like there's not going to be enough parking, what are you going to do? They can't add parking afterwards. It's going to be the site as it is approved. So
Well,
I don't
All
know.
right. So
how you do that.
thank you for that. I'm going to go to Paul Colery.
I have an idea on that.
Okay, but just Paul Colery.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I was trying. I'm back now. Was my hand raised?
Yes, your hand is raised.
I apologize. That was from
No
my
problem.
previous comments.
All right, I'm going to move to Karis North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear, the overlay bylaw says that the requirements have to be consistent with 300-7.1 with the following exceptions. And so the exception is essentially as Eve laid out, which is, excuse me, and what we talked about before, which is the credible evidence that meets to the satisfaction of the board that peak parking demand will be met. And so that does take you directly back to their parking study and whether you are satisfied that meets the requirements. And if that's the case, then you do not have to go back and work through each of those separate sections in 7.1, depending on what's put there in the non-residential uses as they are developed.
All right. Clark, I want you to speak to this primarily because honestly, we didn't discuss the level of detail we are now undertaking is greater than the detail that we undertook when we first began. So we have added new information and new feelings. I'd like to hear what you have to say to the discussion from the folks.
Well, it seems to me that that the uses, potential uses, the imaginary future uses of commercial space for this, the parking demands might exceed what's been provided. I understand the average and for retail space, but we do have an opportunity with the applicant to do some redesign and add quite a bit of municipal parking in the streetscape. So I'd say, if the consultant and our consultant, Weston and Sampson, says that there's enough parking to do the job, there is the potential to pick up additional parking spots in the public way that could be used for this project, in the same way that in the village, the municipal lot satisfies a parking requirement for projects within a certain distance. So I'm willing to let it go. I mean, let go. The retail has a 1 to 100, and the consultant has used a less of a ratio, and I don't have anything else to say about it. I'm willing to let it go.
All right.
Can I suggest something?
Tom Callahan.
Now, the discussion has moved beyond what I wrote, but let me just, when this first got brought up, this is what I jotted down. The waiver requested regarding the number of commercial spaces pursuant to section 322.7 is conditionally granted, subject to further review and approval by the planning board when commercial uses are known. Does that work? Is that? They're asking for a waiver, so we have to answer that question, yes or no. And does it give us a sufficient opening to look at this again once we know what the specific commercial uses are going to be?
I think we find ourselves in the same dilemma that Eve laid out with your language, that there's no way around it, that we have to make a decision now that will go with the building as it is developed. it can't happen coincidentally. Now, Clark just introduced a new piece of information, which is how do we recover parking spaces in the public way? And I presume that you are talking about putting in parking along the street. What were you thinking, Clark?
There is parking in the public street, as well as in that municipal lot.
So you're just saying that that exists and therefore we can assume that there's enough parking if that space is used, and there should be no extra parking spaces made in either the public space by the Legion or by the other building.
Well, they've made the case that their parking count is adequate for retail, presumably office space as well. And we're being asked to accept that those averages and the response to it are going to be adequate for the future on-site parking needs. But I will say that it's a village area, and there are a number of parking opportunities that can be created in that public way. That would support this project as well as the multiple uses of this village area.
Okay, so at this point, we have both of the original amendments rescinded. Clark, is that correct? You would rescind your amendment? We're trying to adopt, either we're adopting this entire statement or we're pulling things out.
We're down to, are we accepting their waiver of the commercial requirements, yes or no? And taking it on faith that their calculation of an average today will be sufficient for what the actual uses become tomorrow? Or do we, and if we vote for that, that's it. We just simply say we're voting to accept their waiver request. If we want to revisit it in the future, based on actual use, we have to say that. So that's the simple choice as I see it at this point.
All right, well, I don't think we get out of the point that Eve Tapper made, which is in the case of parking, it goes in almost at the beginning, and that there's not a way to modify the parking space. So then the question is, do we accept the consultant's reports and feel sufficiently confident that the rest of the area can absorb needed parking?
Correct. That's what we're doing. Then we're accepting their waiver, we're accepting their data, and hope it works out.
Eric Potter?
Okay, sorry, yeah. So I'd move to accept the waiver on parking for the following reasons. We had Weston Sampson, who's our peer review, that says it's sufficient parking. We have John Cavanaro, who, while he works for the developer, is in my opinion, highly respected, and he believes it's sufficient parking. And in my experience with the planning board, Clark is particularly focused on parking. So if he's willing to let it go, that's surely one last box checked for my vote. So on those 3 points, I'd be willing to allow for the waiver with regards to parking.
All right, thank you. Can I get somebody to make a motion, please?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just adding it that we agree to, I move that we accept the waiver of the commercial space parking requirements based on the information that's been provided by the applicant.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Roll call, Eric Potter.
Eric Potter, aye.
Tom Callahan.
Tom Callahan, aye.
Clark Brewer.
Clark Brewer, aye.
Paul Grady.
Paul Grady abstains.
Amy Glassmeyer abstains. So we are now at a point to Move to another subject. We have commercial private amenity space. And the following is written: in the west building, the commercial space is shown on the approved plans to be used as retail, office, or other commercial space, and the adjacent amenity space is shown on the final revised plan set, which shall also be used as retail, office, or other commercial space. This is something which I added, and I wanted to, the number of uses that can be considered in these spaces are quite numerous, and I was considering the fact that hair salons are also listed in the possible uses, and just want to note that hair salons are the largest use of water on a per space basis in water usage commercially, and that also hair salons happen to have a particular pattern of traffic and are capable of actually generating a lot of traffic because of the way in which the product is actually provided. So I wanted to restrict the use of restrict the prospect of a hair salon being located in one of the commercial spaces.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, you may.
I don't think that I voted, and I don't know if you need me to vote on the last motion that was made, but you didn't ask for my vote. I just wanted to bring it up.
Yes, I realize that when we have a full board.
Okay, okay, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
fine. I don't, believe me,
yeah.
I don't need to
No,
say
but
anything. I just didn't know if you needed me.
No, but thank you very much. So anyway, that was an issue that I thought we might want to consider. Tom Callahan?
And I guess in the originally drafted conditions, I have tried to dictate what use was in what commercial space, only thinking what would make sense. And when Karis and I discussed this, I guess if it's an allowed use under the underlying zoning district, whether it's the village on one side and waterfront on the other, we can't prohibit an allowed use. However, given what Amy has said, I would ask the applicant to agree to this particular use of restricting this one without restricting anything else. And Karis can correct me, but I don't know we can legally impose this, but I think we should ask the applicant to agree to it.
That's correct. It's an allowed use. You can't prevent them from having that use if they would like to have that use.
Okay, then.
But would they agree to it? Putting you on the spot, George.
Mr. McGoldrick?
So you're asking us, there's two things in this one. One is converting the amenity space to commercial, and then secondly is prohibiting hair salons.
Yes.
The first one we can't agree to. We cannot take away space that's needed for mailroom or to
Well,
sell
no,
these
wait, we
units.
haven't got to that one. Just talk about the hair salon at the moment. Talk about the ban on the hair salon. I want to talk to you about the amenities space. Yeah.
When do we get to negotiate?
Well, I'm asking, George, simple question. Would you agree to ban a hair salon or not?
Just.
But what about a nail place or, I think the planning board could recommend this, but not require it.
I would accept that. I don't think, okay, the second item in the commercial private amenity.
Studies that show hardest.
Say that again. You came in.
We could.
You might want to turn off your video.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. So I'm actually on 3 different. Is it any better?
Not really, unfortunately.
Ted, can you address this, Ted?
Yeah, are we still talking about the hair salons?
Yeah, what I did, I accepted the adjustment of recommend, not require. And so we're now to the item above it, which is number 25 in the west building, the commercial space. As shown
I
on-
have spot here.
Yeah, George, can you mute, George, mute yourself. Sorry.
So it reads as shown on the approved plans to be used as retail, office, or other commercial space, and the adjacent amenity space as shown on the final revised plan set, which shall also be used as retail, office, or other commercial space. Let me just first ask who on the planning board is this comment from?
Which, about the amenity space?
Yes.
Yeah, that was my original draft, and here's my thinking about that. Amenity space, as far as I know, is not defined in any way in the bylaw. The bylaw uses the term non-residential space, and also uses the term commercial space. But when we think of mixed use and recognizing what the underlying zoning of this area is, we should have a certain amount of commercial use. I think amenity space is a creative way to not do commercial, but it's not living space either. I think we should be, recognizing all the things the applicant has said about the viability of commercial enterprises in the harbor, which I personally think is still too speculative. I think we should be maximizing that as much as possible. I'm not, I didn't draft the bylaw. I don't know what was thought about by using the term non-residential, because I think it's the only place where we use the term non-residential. But I just think the creation of amenity space and my conditions have conceded at least one of them, but I just think it's not complying with the spirit of the bylaw, which is really a traditional mixed use of residential and commercial. So it's not a deal breaking thing here, but I just thought it was, the amenity space was being pushed to a limit that was a little beyond what I was thinking was appropriate to accept.
Eve Tapper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe there was a lot of discussion about this at the last meeting, and there was, it didn't make it into the conditions, but I think someone had offered perhaps that you would provide flexibility, that you would, if the board wanted to have it be commercial space, but then you couldn't use it, that you would come back to the board and ask to use it for amenity space. And in thinking about it since then, I was thinking perhaps there could be some flexibility in the reverse, that it be amenity space, but that if there was a time when the applicant or the owner wanted to turn it into commercial space, that the board would waive whatever parking requirements would come with turning it into commercial space in the future, so that it doesn't require them to do it now, but it allows them to do it if there's a need for it or there's demand for it. I think that was also part of the issue that the applicants have. I don't want to speak for anybody, but sort of allow some flexibility, but rather than require them to try to lease it out, actually allow them to lease it out if in fact there is demand for it. And then you ultimately sort of have to waive those parking spaces because they're not calculated in the traffic study. Just my 2 cents, you can take it or leave it.
Eric Potter.
Sorry about that. I am here. Just, I have no comment on with regards to the amenity space. I'm fine with it being labeled the way it is. I see what Tom's argument is, and I think he has a strong point, but overall, I think that if you look at the project and the scope of the, use of commercial space down there, I'm okay with this being an amenity space.
Clark Brewer, I'd like you to weigh in on this. You've been a strong advocate for maintaining the ratios that were originally a part of the overlay, and I just want to hear what you're thinking.
Well, I think the way to cut through or to simplify this is to do the same thing as the hair salon, that the planning board would recommend that space be set up to be commercial space, but not require it.
Okay.
I think that covers it.
Comments from anyone else? All right, I don't really have a sentiment here, so I'm going to ask somebody to make a motion, and then we'll see what people feel. Eric, would you make a motion?
I'll make a motion should the motion be to make a motion to approve that the space be allowed to be used, labeled as an amenity space or left as is? I don't know.
Clarifications from anyone? Is that precise enough?
Yep.
All right. Can I get a second, please? Tom, would you second it, please?
I'll second, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm doing two things at once.
I take that to be a second.
Yes, yes, sorry.
Okay, roll call vote. Eric Potter,
Eric Potter, aye.
Paul Grady,
Same.
Clark Brewer.
Nay.
Say that again, Clark?
Nay.
Nay. Okay, Tom Callahan,
Aye, I'll go along.
Amy Glassmeyer abstain. All right, our next topic is open space and public amenity space. And I have here both individual comments that are very small and also some weightier issues. And I'm going to try to quickly separate them. Okay, so there are 4 items that I think could be thought of as potentially recommended rather than a firm statement of must do. Items 31, fencing, shielding, or plantings of at least 6 feet in height shall shield the proposed pool from the area from the public amenity. So that's number 1. Number 2, anticipate conflicts of public and private uses and include definitions and agreement in line with state law. Number 3, clarify relationships between the requirements of Chapter 91 for public access and proposed development. And number 9, proposed forming a public-private partnership. For each one of the people who made these statements, I would like to know whether or not you would treat these as recommended rather than absolute, so that we could sort of sweep them up without a lot of discussion. So there's a comment in here from the pool. Who put the comment in? Tom, did you do that?
What? I think we discussed this last time, didn't we? About
It is, but unfortunately it ended up in the bucket of a particular subject, so it's there.
I just thought that the objection was about the 6 feet.
Okay.
So,
all right.
I have another suggestion here, Rich.
Well, so wait.
Go ahead. And do it.
If it's something that's aesthetic, I need things to be grounded. So I would request that if what you want to say is 6 foot fence, that's fine, or some sort of covering, and then that is that item.
No,
in
the applicant said that that was 6 feet was not possible because of the grade change there. So I think just the appropriate height. I assume the applicant is going to do something that satisfies the residents' desire for privacy, and I'll let them design that. And
Oh, okay, so you have it written as at least 6 feet. So
Yeah.
it's a variable. So let's just, if you don't mind, let's assume that is going to be together with a recommendation to anticipate conflicts of public and private uses and include definitions and agreement in line with the state law. That would be recommended. I made that one. Clarify the relationship between the requirements of Chapter 91 for public access and the proposed development. I made that one. I would take that as a recommended. And then number 9, which is proposed forming a formal public-private partnership, that also was mine. I would say recommended, but not required.
Can I suggest this, that, the condition, one of the conditions I wrote is that the town and the applicant are going to enter into a certain easement and covenant. I kind of kicked that can down the road to be done with the select board, but perhaps it isn't difficult to draft. You should draft one, so you see what the relationship is. Again, Amy, with all due respect, I don't know what you mean by public-private partnership. The town's going to control the public space, the private condo association is going to control their space. Because it's an easement, technically the town land is part of the condo. Again, the easement and covenant between the town and the applicant.
I am happy to remove it. I'm happy to remove it.
But maybe I'm suggesting that make everybody understand what we are looking at for the future is that perhaps we draft a suggested easement and covenant document. Again, it's the selectmen who have the final say, or the select board who has the final say over that document and signing that document. But, maybe everyone will feel better if we draft something so we kind of have an idea of what the relationship between the two will be.
I think that's a very specific question is actually asked in the detailed discussion of the public space. So I have Eve Tapper and then Karis Norris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to ask whether or not perhaps the things that are recommendations maybe are better placed as part of the findings, in that that's how the area is going to be vibrant or separate the public and the private space, and rather than the conditions. And I want to say this again, I'm not an attorney, but it would seem to me that anything in the conditions are things that you're requiring them to do for the life of the property, and that maybe in the findings of why you are approving this, there are things that you might recommend to improve, but are not requiring. And since Ms. North is next, she can probably address that further.
Okay, great. Thank you. Karis North.
Yeah, thank you. So I think that there are 2 issues here with respect to the easement. I believe at the last meeting, the applicant indicated that they're willing to enter into an easement with the town with respect to the public space. I think that but obviously the ultimate determination and authority to sign that easement, as Mr. Callahan indicated, is with the select board. So I would recommend a requirement that the applicant enter into those easement agreements and lay out the elements that you want to see considered, and then let me draft that on behalf of the select board that meets the requirements that are laid out, without drafting a document that the select board whenever they get around to it may not want to enter into and would have to come back to the planning board. So I think doing it with a little less specificity, but outlining or highlighting the elements that you want included would make the most sense there. With respect to the suggestions related to the findings, I think that makes perfect sense. And I certainly think that you may express preferences, but I agree that they should be different from conditions so there is no confusion as to what is required and what is suggested.
Okay, so this, we went a little bit further afield than I thought I was expecting. I wanted to get rid of, I wanted to kind of encapsulate 4 items and get them off the table by getting them being a recommended rather than something that we would have to necessarily vote on. And that's why I called out the individuals who put that item in this discussion. Right, so that's why I went to Tom about the 6-foot fencing. And that's why I made my 3 items a recommendation, not a requirement, which, and then I said I would rescind them. I'm fine having them be eliminated completely. So Tom, will you please comment on, I'm asking you to have the language around the discussion of the screening for the pool to be a recommended.
I'm sitting here working on it right now. All understood.
Okay. Item 33 has already been addressed in various ways regarding materials and also ADA compliant and no blacktop. Then we get into some discussions about how the green spaces will be maintained and how the sort of physical setting will be maintained during construction in terms of dying vegetation or some other materials that are not, I think, unsightly. And then 35, which is a long discussion about the applicant and the town of Cohasset shall, as a condition of this permit, enter into the following covenants to be recorded and run with the land stated within and within the intent of being binding on applicant successors in interest and or any or condominium owners association created to govern the structures built at the site. And then there's a series of sub items that mention the public space and mention also let's just take the public space. Okay, so that's items 34, 35.
I think this goes to what Karis is saying, is sort of suggesting what the covenant needs. The selectmen are going to finish the covenant, but I think this needs to be the things that have to be suggested to the selectmen to include in any covenant and easement document.
So are we saying, in effect, these are items that don't come under our purview?
Well, all right, so it says, shall as a condition of this permit enter into the following covenants. Perhaps it needs to be worded that, I don't have a problem with the way it's worded, but because I think we can condition this project and make the select board subject to those conditions of this project, but perhaps it says they shall enter into an easement and covenant agreement. The applicant shall enter into a covenant and easement agreement with the select board, and the following are recommended provisions of that agreement. If you want to just go the recommendation route, I think we can be a little stronger, but I'll defer to Karis on that. But whether there's suggestions or whether we're actually conditioning and say these must be in the covenant, I think these are all fairly essential.
All right, so I'm going to go to Karis North and then Clark Brewer. And let me make it clear to everybody. We are basically talking about how the public space in this project is going to be governed. All right, so that's sort of how where we are in this process. Karis North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. As I said before, I think the condition is that the applicant has to enter into the easement with the select board on behalf of the town, and the easement shall contain the following conditions. I mean, I've done this in, in other towns, in other agreements, not this specific to public space, but I think this is perfectly fine to do. And I am generally okay with the conditions that Mr. Callahan has suggested, with the exception of the rent condition. I don't think that you can require the applicant to share in the rent for their property.
No, I wasn't suggesting that. It's in the public amenity area. Since they own it, but we have an easement, I'm suggesting that we, the town, share the rent with them. It's not, I'm not asking, whatever goes on their property goes on their property. I don't care about that. It's specifically addressed to the public amenity area.
Right, and you said that the underlying owner is the landlord, and they still own the fee. They're just giving the town an easement.
Yeah, that condition probably wasn't edited when I.
So so the point here is, let's say somebody wanted to have a wedding and the site was able to be rented out and a fee would be charged for the use of that space. Someone will retrieve that fee, whatever it is. And Tom, you're saying it should be split with the town, and Karis, you're saying that it carries with the landlord.
Well,
yes.
Okay, so
all right, so who's going to be the landlord when the public amenity area is subject to a permanent easement to the town? Technically, the condo owns the land, but subject to this permanent easement. Who's the landlord? And maybe we should clarify that.
Right.
Maybe we should clarify that the town is free to rent the public space for a temporary or seasonal use and keeps the rent or splits the rent. I don't care if it's kept all by the town or split, but maybe we should just clarify that the town will have the right to rent or, rent the land for temporary or seasonal use.
So that's a somewhat different question than requiring public amenity space remain permanently in the interest of the town. And I don't know that if you want to require that the town become a landlord and an event, someone who, an element that runs events.
And the applicant may be sitting here right now saying, we wouldn't want that. You elsewhere put in conditions about the hours of operation.
Right.
And events, maybe, I assume the residents of the condo wouldn't want a wedding to be conducted. Whether they would care if a seasonal kiosk is put up is a whole nother issue.
okay, so let's just a minute. Put your hand up, please. I have Ted Lubitz and Clark. No, excuse me. I have Clark Brewer and then Ted Lubitz.
Yeah, in reviewing these, I brought up an additional item which had to do with the view corridor easement. And I think that the view corridor easement is distinct and separate from the walkway in the front and this public deck patio.
That got accepted. That's in the part of the documents we got voted on and accepted.
Okay, we voted on that. There's nothing.
Yeah, that part, the view easement part is in it.
That's fine. The only other thing I saw in here is that I wanted to comment on was that the public amenity areas are 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. And I don't know if we should do something more reasonable, like dawn to dusk.
Well, I offered those times as some concession to the condo owners so that we don't get a problem down the road of, condo owners constantly calling the police that there's noise at 11 o'clock, noise at 10 o'clock. the space is still pretty tight, and I was considering, you know, some concession to the owners that they don't want to be subjected to.
No, I understand that, but I'm suggesting dawn to dusk instead of 7 to 9, because, you know, 9, this time of year, that's dark plus
Oh, yeah, I hear, all right, I hear you.
daytime, basically limited to daytime for the benefit of those people that are.
All right, I think that's reasonable.
Okay, so those are my main comments on this section. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna go around, Clark, okay, and looks like somebody peeled off. Okay, I'm gonna go around and ask others about their opinions with regard to this.
Amy,
One more. I'm sorry, one more.
Oh, sorry, Ted, sorry, Ted Lub, okay, Clark and then Ted Lubitz, sorry, apologize.
The number 11, create home ownership association with the town and applicant. I don't see that.
Already crossed it out, Clark.
Good, thank you. That's it.
Okay, Ted Lubitz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as a point of clarity on we're talking about number 6, right? Sort of 635 and how this easement works. And you know, what we imagine is an access easement to the town and the town people, not a sort of conveyance, if you will. So just want to, you know, as we go through like sort of subsection 2, the maintenance of the public amenity area shall be the responsibility of the town. I think that our strong preference is for us, the fee owner and the association, to continue to control and maintain that space, you know, rather than that be in the town's purview. We just, you know, I think we just have some real concerns about that. And would, you know, so that's one thing. And then, and then just with respect to those events that were just mentioned, I do think we would like to make sure that there's some controls in place. So it's not a event every night or something like that, that there's some limit on the number of events and how that approval works. I think it would be great. I look forward to those events there, hopefully. But I do think that there just should be some understanding of how many and when those can take place.
All right, thank you very much. I'm gonna go, so.
Why don't we say live performances would be limited to the weekend?
Well, I don't think that that's exactly what Mr. Lubitz is implying. I suspect that it's not something we can specify exactly a number of events or things in a week. We have to condition it so that it's an experience. It's something that people would be able to, you know, just feel, I think. So I don't know what to say.
I don't expect this to become a concert venue, but you know, we do need to get into these, you know, what Ted was just suggesting about the maintenance of the area. It's fine if you want the condo association to take it on, but you know, we are talking about a permanent easement to the town for its use. I can understand if you think, well, what if the town chooses not to maintain it or lets it go to hell? I get that. But, you know, these fine points of control, we do need to understand what the easement means. It means it's open to the town's use. And I'm trying to suggest some reasonable restrictions on that use.
But I think that's use, maybe not programming. Sorry to jump in, but you know, as far as the access, we've always imagined this to be, you know, we're not shutting off access to anybody. We want everyone to be able to use it, but I don't think we want to see control of it.
Yeah, I only threw in the live performance thing because what if somebody comes up with a creative idea to have the Rusty Skippers play down there or something like that? Again, I don't think it's going to be a typical, just because of its size, concert venue or a live, you know, performance venue. But I just wanted to raise the possibility So all with the intent of avoiding conflicts between the residents and the town in the future over what goes on in that park. So I'm open to any suggestions of degree of specificity you want to put in here.
Eric Potter?
I just wanted to clarify, I think there's got to be a distinction that it can't just be an access easement, it's also got to be a use easement as well. If you just have an access easement, I think that can restrict, it's restrictive. It's got to be a use easement on top of that. And if you want to have restrictions on the type of use, then that can be laid out in the easement itself. But I think it's very important that it's clarified that it's both access and use.
Adam Bronski?
Madam Chair, I have some information and a suggestion. In connection with our Chapter 91 licensing, because we're proposing non-water dependent uses, DEP is going to require a written management plan for the public open space areas. And these management plans typically cover all of these subject matters: hours of operation, accessible public access, signage, maintenance, scheduling of events. And so there's a missing party to this conversation, which is DEP. And I just caution the board going too far down this road without having DEP as part of that conversation. So my suggestion is that the board consider, as opposed to these very specific conditions, conditioning the approval upon the parties preparing a management plan that would also be reviewed and approved by DEP, but would be subject to the planning board's approval, that would address these subject matters. As I mentioned, hours of operation, what the definitions of the public access areas, what's accessible, the fact you can't obstruct it, signage, maintenance, and then the scheduling of these events. Because I'm seeing that it's difficult this evening for the planning board to really get into detail into these items. It requires, I suggest some additional study and input from others who are presently not here.
Well, let me answer that by saying I think I've made it clear before. I don't want to defer completely to the Chapter 91 process making these decisions. And I think our decision needs to state what our wishes and desires are. And if you have to come up with a management plan before you go to DEP, that's consistent with this. You're going to have to go in relatively short term to the select board to finalize this easement and covenant. And if you want to add the term maintenance plan, add it. But, I want the town to influence the DEP decision, not the other way around. And I understand their jurisdiction, and there should be a condition that if DEP, I think there is a general condition that if any future board or state agency is changing this, that it's going to be subject to further review by the planning board to accommodate that change. But I don't want to leave this blank and defer completely to DEP. I think that's a complete abdication of our responsibility.
Thank you. Adam Brodsky?
Thank you, Mr. Callahan. That was my point, which is that the board should condition it so that you ultimately approve the management plan. So I wasn't suggesting abdication whatsoever. It's just that it's premature to have this conversation without DEP in the room, and you get final say over what that management plan includes, as well as the Board of Selectmen, presumably, and any other board.
That's fine. Now we can add something. The condition that did talk about decisions by future boards and agencies, we can add that specifically, specifically with respect to the Chapter 91 license, that it come back to the planning board if necessary. I just hope that DEP would incorporate our conditions rather than we be dictated by their conditions. That's all I'm concerned about.
All right, I'd like to ask Karis North, to what extent is a municipality able to augment the management plan of the Chapter 91 requirement? That is it a collaborative determination or is it a fiat? In the way in which it is expected to be described and implemented.
Madam Chair, not having done a lot of Chapter 91 work, I would actually have to look into that a little bit more, but I believe that DEP would certainly consider the planning board's requests and any, yeah, I think they would consider it. Ultimately, they are the approving agency. So the planning board can't override them, but I think that there would be an interest in working cooperatively on a project like this.
Okay, so that's I don't see anybody else's hand. I'm going to say this myself. That seems unfortunate that we don't actually know what this is going to look like and how it's going to operate, because of all the things that we've talked about in our discussions in these last 3 times we've been together is real. And prior to the discussion of the hearing, is the open space was really the big deal, and how we were going to, as a community, engage the place, because that was always the intent, that this was going to have a very high visibility, very active participation on the part of the public. But at the same time, it is a residence, and it is going to have commercial operations. And so since we don't know what the conditions are that the state requires, it's very difficult to make a decision that is a good decision without understanding how Chapter 91's management plan operates. That's how I feel. I mean, we're basically.
This is the risk of, yeah, but.
I think we
but
can't
Amy,
ignore it.
This is the risk of any, well, this is the risk all the time. Some board has to go first. And there may be decisions made by our own zoning board as to flood issues, and the Conservation Commission as to flood issues that may override something we decide here. Somebody has to go first, and then at every level of government, there's conflicts between different bodies, and then they at some point need to get reconciled.
I understand that, Tom. What I'm concerned about is potentials, omissions, and also conflicts, which we don't have a mechanism to have conflict resolution if there is a difference between what we might have thought of or would have preferred and what the Chapter 91 requires. And we don't understand which way the influence goes.
Well,
So, I mean, it's
well,
like
that's why
having a rule book that we haven't read to understand exactly what we can ask for and what we can't ask for. And we could make a mistake in both directions.
Right, and if well, I don't think it's a earth-shattering result outcome here. We make our decision as to what we want to see happen under the terms of our bylaw that we created and the town has passed. I don't know in the end of the day if DEP gets to overrule us or we get to overrule them. Probably, I don't know how that shakes out, but if it shakes out that they prevail over a conflicting decision, so be it. But I think for the, we're going first. We should make the statement of the conditions that we want consistent with the bylaw. Hopefully, because we're going first, we are controlling the debate and the narrative, and DEP sees what we've done, sees what we've addressed. I don't think there's anything we're doing here that's in conflict with Chapter 91. Chapter 91 might add a couple of things to this. But we have a general condition, whether DEP changes something or zoning or Concom changes something, we do have to come back and reconcile it. And at some point, yes, if it got into super conflict in a court, some court's going to decide, well, Concom beats planning board or planning board beats zoning. DEP beats everybody, and it'll just get resolved. I don't, I've
no,
never seen a case get to that point. by the way.
I understand that. What I'm trying to make sure we do is sort what is important that is written down and identify things that are not here. And if what we think is it's all here, that's fine, and we can approve it. But, or we can, as Mr. Brodsky suggested, that we say subject to Chapter 91's management plan. But we have a lot of items here, real detailed items. And I feel like we have to get some position of understanding, and we're in the process of doing that. So just a minute, Tom, Adam Brodsky.
We should just go forward.
Adam Bronsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify that it's not DEP's management plan. DEP will ask the applicant to prepare a management plan for its review. And what my suggestion is that we work collaboratively with the planning board as the specific terms of that management plan. The management plan will be reviewed by DEP, but DEP will accept the management plan provided they're concerned with maintaining public access, and they're just going to review it to determine whether the conditions that we're imposing, whatever restrictions are necessary for public safety, security, and things of that are reasonable. So DEP's interests are aligned with the towns in that they want to maximize public access. So I'm just suggesting it's a collaborative approach that we're offering to move this along. We're happy to it's just a suggestion. We're happy to have a further discussion regarding your specific conditions. But I was suggesting that it's a discussion for another night, but I'll leave it to the discretion of the board what they want to do this evening.
Well, right now I'm sitting here editing it and suggesting, it says the applicant in the town of Cohasset shall condition is permanent to the following covenants. I added the word easements and covenants. I'll add the word management plan. I think that's all part of the same document that you're probably going to be negotiating with the select board, not with us. And that's fine. And that's what but again, what we want in that agreement and plan, whatever you want to call it, should be dictated here. That's our job as the planning board. Again, once this decision is issued, I think we're running down to the select board with Karis and they're writing up what this agreement is, and then you go to DEP. That's fine. I don't think anything either of us are saying here is in conflict.
Okay, so let's go back to the individual items and see if we can bucket them and vote. Number 29, the open space between the north and south buildings and the harbor shall be designed as proposed with a publicly accessible harbor walk. This is just codifying the harbor walk as specified in the original proposal by the applicant. The balance of the open space provided shall belong to the applicant and its successors. So that locks in the ownership. The question of the pool shielding has been modified as recommended. The discussion of the walkways is number 29 through 33. The discussion of the walkways and the materials, that's been approved, or that has already been discussed and we've already approved it. Then there's a discussion about vegetation. So can we get a vote on all of those, which are related to the general condition of the physical area around the project?
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
Well, it's questions 29 through 34. And these are basically general questions about the physical site and the material quality of the project on the outside in the public spaces.
So the one that says about the walkways I took out is duplicative since we addressed walkways also. So Clark added the thing about maintaining the green spaces and correcting any dead and dying vegetation issues during construction, and I think that's a good condition. And the next is the easement. So, I think we've talked about this to death. making some changes here, little things based on what we've discussed. I think we're ready to vote on, I mean, there's stuff here at the end that I don't think, 7 through 11, I don't think need to be.
So I think that we're ready to vote on items 29 through 34. The issue of the, is there any, Clark, do you have any feelings about the issue associated with the applicant may be creative in using material allowing, for example, see-through? Never mind, this is. So can we vote as a chunk on 29 to 33?
29 to 34, that's good. Go for the whole thing. 35, I mean, go through the whole thing.
Tom already changed the number 31 to appropriate height instead of 6 feet, right?
Right.
Yeah, it says, I have it worded that fencing, shielding, or plantings of a height sufficient to shield the proposed pool area, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
The rest of it's the same. The condition that showing walkways on the harbor side of the site.
It's
that's
already
out.
taken care of, so we.
That's out, so.
Right.
The next condition is the irrigation of the green spaces. The next condition is the applicant in the town of Cohasset shall enter into an easement covenant and management plan, blah, 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 blah. And the bullet points on that, I've been changing as I've heard things and suggestions, so.
May I make one additional suggestion that you add a condition that says that the applicant and the planning board shall agree on a management plan sufficient to meet the requirements of Chapter 91. And that way, that also requires the collaborative process that Attorney Brodsky set forth. I just took a look at the regulations and really pretty much all of the issues that the town wants covered should be covered and fine.
Is that plan best done as part of the easements and covenants signed by the select board, or is it something separate that we should separate from the easement and negotiate with us? Personally, I don't care either way. Who does the things? I think it's all part of the same thing.
Yeah, I think that can be worked on with the planning board directly. It doesn't have to go through the select board unless Attorney Brodsky has a different perspective, but I think that can be handled here.
Okay.
Do you agree, Adam?
Yes, no, we were happy to work with the planning board, and I offered that as an alternative to the very specific paragraph number 35. But if in fact the planning board is going to consider paragraph number 35, I do have some suggestions, particularly with respect to subparagraph E, which prevents interference with public access except to enjoin an active trespass or nuisance. As Ms. North will say, DEP will allow you to actually restrict public access to address public safety and security. And oftentimes management plans will have conditions that allow you to obstruct public access from maintenance activities. So that blanket statement that you can't obstruct access except as to enjoin an active trespass or nuisance, that is actually contrary to the Chapter 91 regulations. That's why I think that we should work together to talk about those issues.
Well, the intent of that is to not have some grumpy owner in the condo who gets upset that people are using the park and might make noise and have conversations. I'm trying to avoid the owner who wants to try to take personal control over the public amenity areas. I would like to hope that condo owners are going to come in here and say, realize the fact that they're going to have a public walkway along the harbor and a public park outside their back door. But I've known people in condos who don't appreciate those rules and become the condo police, and then they try to take over. I'm trying to avoid the harassing, people are making too much noise complaints. The other stuff, I get that, and I'm not trying to be in conflict with Chapter 91's restrictions, but that's the specific issue I'm trying to address there.
Right. The first condition of a management plan is you shall not obstruct the public access ways except in these following circumstances, because that's the entire purpose of the Public Waterfront Act, is to create public access. So I think that you have assurance that that's first and foremost for DEP. It's just then defining in what instances can you reasonably obstruct public access.
What's
And
the other
then-
one? Safety, you said?
Right, so I'm looking at a draft plan.
Yep, got it.
And then I'd like to make a recommendation. I just want to make people feel hopeful. We only have 2 more items after this, and they are both ones that we discussed with the building inspector. And we also know that there are state standards that govern the investigation of construction sites as they progress. Mr. Lubitz?
Just Eric Potter is trying to get in. He's in Q&A. I guess he can't participate right now.
Oh, okay, I will. Can someone please let me back in? Okay.
I resolved this. He's promoted now. He should be joining.
Okay. So those 2 items are essentially already discussed. And I think we learned new information about how this is handled at the state level, those last 2 items. So this is really the last item that we have a lot of concern, not concern, but it still seems like we're uncertain here.
I think we need 2 documents. I think there needs to be an easement document that grants and preserves the access, and then the management plan that is going to have some additional detail, and perhaps even, the easement references the management plan at some point. In terms of timing, I think they can probably both happen in a similar fashion. Though, you haven't applied for the license yet? Is that correct?
For Chapter 91?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
No. That's correct.
Okay.
You need to go to the Conservation Commission first.
Right. That's what I thought.
Adam, what were the public safety, and what was the other?
I mean, if you're looking for ideas, obstruction of walkways, points of pedestrian access, or any other public open space areas is prohibited except for temporary maintenance and repair, and in case of emergencies. Should public access be obstructed for longer than 24 hours, an alternative public access route shall be established. There's a separate security provision. The public open space may be temporarily closed for reasonable security purposes. Any number of these very detailed conditions would be contained in a management plan. And I'm not sure you want to try and capture that tonight, or to require a plan that would have these subject matters contained within it.
I'm changing it to language of something to the effect of including but not limited to, so that other things can be added into the management plan. Again, what I'm looking here is these conditions of what's going into the easement covenant and management plan are suggestive, mandatory, but also suggestive at the same time, allowing for further refinement in those particular documents.
So I would like to get our attention focused on what Karis said, which is we really need 2 documents. One is an easement document that grants and preserves certain rights, and the other is a management plan. I don't know if somebody wants to recommend that we include a statement that refers to the management plan.
I added it into 35, that would be easements and covenants with the select board and management plan at the planning. I think
Okay,
it's hard to do this without being able to see actual language at the same time, and there's no way for us to do it in the Zoom thing.
So you're saying you did both of them together?
Yeah, for the sake.
Okay, so can you read it?
Again, I'm trying to incorporate what everybody is saying with the understanding that because of this Zoom format, we can't see a finished text tonight. You can see it. We're all going to be home tomorrow. You can see it tonight.
Okay,
And then
so.
we're gonna come to our final vote on this, and, we may still have to do some editing, but I'm trying to incorporate things as quickly as possible and as easily as possible.
All right. So are you saying that what I'd like to do now is to determine whether or not we feel we can configure language that meets the two requirements of easement document, grants and preserves, and the management plan under number 35, so that we can essentially approve this section. So let me go around and see where people are at. Clark Brewer, do you have comments on where we have gone?
Sorry, no additional comments.
Thank you. Eric Potter,
No additional comments.
Paul Grady,
Nothing to add to this one.
Tom Callahan.
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right. With that, and I agree as well. So what we're saying is there will be a modification of the language under item 35 that reflects the intent that Karis laid out, describing the need for some reference to easement, document, grants, and preserves, as well as a management document that is necessary as part of Chapter 91, but also because it codifies some of the concerns that we have under 35. Can I get a motion? Let me ask, if we all agree about this now, what happens next? Do we go back and generate the easement doc? How do we close this?
I mean, I'm sitting here editing, they're not, I'm looking at how much radio's on it. It's not a lot of it, but I think we have a consensus here. I've been emailing as we've been making changes to Lauren and Eve so they can quickly turn them around and send them back out to us. I think our final vote is going to come under pretty much down to the final conditions. I don't think we have.
We're down to two more. That's it.
I mean, I get a sense of where we are here, and I think, I think this is going to be fine, but you can't vote on what you can't read and see at the moment. So.
Madam Chair, my recommendation is that the requirement that you're voting on is to enter into an easement satisfactory to the select board that includes, these particular elements, 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then I think the rest of it should be covered by a management plan. Maintenance issue.
We're all in agreement in principle. We're all in agreement in principle with what's going on here. So.
Right. So I think I need an opportunity to work with Mr. Callahan's notes and perhaps Attorney Brodsky and prepare some specific language that'll be voted on in either separately in the next meeting or in the final package.
All right. So we have that then. Can I get a vote on that, please? Can I get somebody to make a motion?
I just have one question. We're not forgetting about the DEP boys, are we?
No, we're not.
No, they're front and center in certain respects. So may I get can I get a second?
Second.
Tom Callahan. Can you say that again?
Tom Callahan, aye.
Okay, Paul Grady?
Aye.
Eric Potter?
Aye.
Clark Brewer?
Aye.
Amy Glassmeyer, aye. So approved. Last two items. Building design and materials, construction enforcement. Actually, there's 3, and performance surety bond. So in our discussion, let me just get to the point. We've already dealt with the building design and materials. I will ask Clark to comment on that one. But in the case of the construction enforcement, I'd like to see if we can put this one to rest, given that we heard from our building inspector, the sort of general process that he will undertake, combined with the fact that there are state regulations that govern the oversight of construction projects like this. Is that correct, Mr. Cavanaro?
Yes.
Okay, great.
We got an echo.
So I'm going to ask if there's any discussion on the item of construction enforcement.
Yes, there is.
Mr. Callahan.
One of your conditions you added was about the LiDAR measuring elevation. So I just want to make sure we're all on the same page on that. I agree with it, by the way. I just want to make sure the applicant understands it or has any questions about it.
All right, I don't see any comments, so
Madam Chair,
yes. Oh,
Madam Chair,
yes, Mr. Brodsky. I couldn't see you, I'm sorry.
no, it's actually Mr. McGoldrick.
Oh, sorry, Mr. McGoldrick.
Can you describe for us what the LiDAR is? I mean, we did look it up.
It's basically a satellite referenced of the landscape. You know, it's an alternative. It's a different way of surveying things. Mr. Cavernaro?
I hope.
Hang up your phone. Hang up your landline.
You're an alien.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Yeah,
we can.
sorry about that. LiDAR is actually far less accurate than what will be provided. LiDAR is sort of like a macro topo. You use that when you don't have the ability to do an on-the-ground survey. So I highly discourage that as a condition. That would be actually suggesting that we provide less accurate information.
Well, let me ask you this, John. You know, the condition I wrote there that mine was number 75, with, you know, additional inspections in addition to the usual. So, you know, I'm concerned about the height. How does that get verified on site once you've torn down the old building and you're starting to frame the new building? You're getting ready to position the ridge post there. How do we measure that? How do we verify that you haven't exceeded the height that is represented in the plans?
It'll be verified by accurate land survey. I mean, you'll have to provide an as-built.
Well, again, the point is this, of the conditions in 75, the ABC, you know, is to prevent you from exceeding height before you're done. So when you're ready to frame the roof, you know, what's the engineering methodology that's used to verify that, as opposed to LiDAR that Amy suggested? I guess that
LiDAR, just to be clear, LiDAR is, you're talking about, you know, a much lower level of accuracy for survey. LiDAR is used, again, when you don't have the ability to get on the ground detailed verified benchmarks. So what's going to be required, as the building inspector mentioned, this is controlled construction. There'll be affidavits from the architects. There'll be as-built for the building itself, meaning site plan, and verified site elevations with respect to property line, setback, lot coverage.
After it's built, like I said, I'm trying to prevent the problem, trying to prevent you from exceeding the height during construction before the as-built comes and it's too late to do anything about it.
Yeah, and the contractor will have construction control on site, both horizontal and vertical.
So, Mr. Cavernaro, the use of LiDAR has come to us really because of 580 Jerusalem Road, in which the surveyor was given instructions to go out and do a survey, and was asked our building inspector how many points to use, and they used 4 points. Well, the land surface on the site was highly variable, and the person who did the survey could choose the points they chose. When we used the LiDAR analysis, it was more accurate. You have many, many, many more points when you're using LiDAR. And it's
Amy, I beg to differ on your comparison. I don't have the detail for that particular case, but it sounds like they used not enough information around the perimeter of the site to figure out an average grade. I don't know, I can't speak to the specifics of your use of LiDAR or the reference, but LiDAR is a lower level accuracy than an on-the-ground survey. Now, maybe the LiDAR that was used here was a larger scale, and it was more information than what the actual plan had originally. That's a possibility, but to condition something for the use of LiDAR to validate pre-construction elevation is just not industry standard that you would do for this. You're asking honestly for a lower level of accuracy. It's like using a USGS map to verify topography.
Is there any difference here, John, because it's base flood elevation versus the average mean grade of the lot?
Well, what Ted's referring to is that the height is referenced to the base flood elevation. But, elevation's elevation. It has to be verified through instrument land survey and by a professional land surveyor. That's really what would be a more appropriate condition, is that elevations and as-built shall be endorsed by a professional land surveyor.
Can I butt in?
Eric Potter.
Yeah, I think we're going down a slippery slope here because of one project, again, that's almost prejudicial to any future projects. I think it's, number one, you get John here saying that it's less accurate. He's a land surveyor, he does this for a living, so I think I'd value his opinion on that. Number two, I don't think it's a requirement of the building codes. And number three, this line of questioning with regards to building heights, I think you have to have a land surveyor certify the building heights. And if we find down the road that a surveyor either committed negligence or intentionally misrepresented the heights, then I think the town of Cohasset would have a cause of action against the surveyor itself if it was intentional. So the industry standard is that a land surveyor is going to certify the heights. That's what's required by the codes. I think that's probably the most appropriate way of dealing with this, especially in light of the fact that maybe in all instances, LiDAR is actually below the industry standard. If it's something that is going to concern the board, maybe on the whole, which I think there's maybe some merit to that concern, I think it's more of an overall, it's a separate issue from this particular project. And it's probably something that's taken over on a larger, zoning board issue, but not on a project to project basis when it's not required in the building codes. That's just my opinion.
Clark Brewer, do you want to say something?
Well, this would be controlled construction. So what would happen is the plans that gets submitted for a building permit would need to conform to what we've approved and for what is required by zoning. And then construction control affidavits put together by the architect and the structural engineer and the civil engineer, whoever has areas of responsibility. And so I'm not suggesting that the that the surveyor would certify that the height conforms to the plans submitted for building permit. Yeah, but also the architect and structural engineer would be on the hook for conforming to the plans and specs. And controlled construction is a different animal than some guy on Jerusalem Road building a house. So, you know, you could have LiDAR put in there anecdotally, but not be a requirement.
My concern here is that while the building is under construction, before we get, the framing the building, and that's the final point where the height's going to be determined. We all know that once it's built and it has built and it's showing it's 5 feet over, it's going to be very hard to get it torn down. Suing somebody for negligence is still going to mean we're going to have a higher building there. I just want to know that during construction, when you're ready to frame the building, somebody representing the town, and not just relying on the applicant's engineers, and I'm not implying anybody's going to engage in bad faith, but somebody can make just a mistake. And I just want, is there an easy, verifiable way for the town's building inspector or our outside consultants to verify the actual height of the building as it's being framed so it can be compared for compliance to the plans? That's my concern. And you engineers and surveyors can tell me there's an easy way to do that. Tell me there's an easy way to do that. But,
Well, I will accept recommend in the language. If that is the only sticking point that we have on this one.
my sticking point is who's verifying the information that we are being given at the time in the field when you're looking at the framing of the building and you're ready to put up the ridge pole.
Well, in addition, Amy, into traditional surveying methods, you're recommending that LiDAR be used to say, what does the LiDAR say, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And I will, and it's not expensive. So, I mean, it's not, if the surveyor has the technology, it's not expensive. Well, maybe they charge a lot, but it's not expensive. Because you're just getting it basically does a 3-dimensional model of the surface. Okay, so can we vote on this one, please?
Still not addressing my concern.
Tom, I don't know how to resolve your concern in light of the fact that we have multiple professionals on site on a project with stamp verification.
Do we on the town side have that talent? Well, that's, I guess, my question. So going back to the condition 75, I said all these other inspections would be done by the board's outside consultants. And I believe, Karis, correct me if I'm wrong, in our discussion, you shouldn't do that. That it has to all be done by the building inspector. But no disrespect to our building inspector, but building inspectors have limited capabilities. They're not this kind of engineer, that kind of engineer. And are we going to have the capability to verify the information that's going to be provided for us, both in the field and by plans and documents and affidavits and whatever?
And does the LiDAR do that?
I don't know that. You know, John Cavanaro, you were right that the problem with 580 was they didn't use enough points around the perimeter to measure height with any degree of accuracy. And so there is a movement afoot to amend our definition of height and the methodology that's used to define height, basically to require more points around the perimeter be used to come up with the height. That was the main problem of 580. But again, it goes back to the methodology. Then how do we measure that in the field, and how is that verified? I don't know. I know we have to rely on faith and everybody's good faith at some point, but I'm concerned that we won't be able to stop the problem before it happens.
Thank you. Lauren Lind.
Thank you. I just want to address Tom's question about the enforcement. If this, and I can't speak specifically, so I will have to circle back, but my understanding of this situation is that if we did not have the in-house capability between our engineering and our building commissioner's offices, then we could contract with a peer reviewer. It would typically likely be Weston and Sampson, because we have them under contract through our RFP process. So if we did not have in-house capability, we would procure a peer reviewer we wouldn't just take, what the applicant was giving us as an okay. So I just wanted to address that.
Okay, I might be misconstrued when I talked to Karis about this a week or so ago, that maybe we couldn't do that. But if we can, that's fine. Then I'll be satisfied.
All right, so then that would mean that under construction enforcement, item 3, also known as number 75, that the language should reflect the fact that the town has the ability to contract with a consultant to complete an estimates as requested by the planning board.
I'm adding a sentence at the end of those A through G things here. I'm suggesting this sentence: methodologies used to make these measurements and verifications shall follow industry standards. Because, John's right. I mean, there's certain industry standards, there's building codes, I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel here.
Okay.
Somebody mentioned these periodic affidavits from engineers. I'm not familiar with those.
All right, so Adam Bronski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The problem in number 75 is the sentence, these specific inspections will be conducted by the board's outside consultants at the expense of the applicants. And I respectfully suggest that in the first instance, that is the responsibility of the building department and shouldn't be an additional cost to the applicant. If, however, there's some lack of capacity or some deficiency in the building department, again, the town will do what it needs to do to fulfill those responsibilities. But those shouldn't be the responsibility of the applicant because you have some fear that we're going to do something bad in the future. Again, I think the point to be made is that this is not the construction of a house. This is controlled construction that's monitored by any number of professionals who have to provide affidavits. And so it's a different beast than the house on Jerusalem Road.
Okay.
And so at some point, if you keep adding conditions that add cost to the project, I just want to make the obvious point, at some point a project becomes uneconomic, even a large project like this. Thank you.
I just took it out. Okay.
All right, let's,
I would just go, just for.
Eric Potter.
Just for quickly, would it make sense to kind of put a condition in there that says that the Weston and Sampson or whoever the peer reviewer may be, I would think that you'd want to verify the height at a certain level of construction. I don't know when that would be, but say prior to a roof being put on, or
yeah, it says that, Eric. That's
okay,
that's
thank
what
you.
I'm trying to go for, is to do to check these things before construction, while construction is going on, rather than wait for an as-built when it's too late to rectify the problem.
You mean like James Lane?
Say what?
You mean like James Lane? That was a larger project.
Yeah,
All right,
I mean,
all right. Wait, let's not have a discussion about this. Let's try to move on. We've only got a little bit more to do.
Okay.
Eve Pepper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that there have been some bad actors in the town previous to discussing this, but I'm wondering, I have never, in my experience, haven't seen conditions on a special permit or any kind of a decision that requires that all of these things are special, confirmed twice. Usually there's a condition that says all the building needs to be built and designed as shown on the plans. And then how you determine that it meets that condition is through all of these inspections. But I've never seen the inspections kind of laid out. And I understand that there's a concern with past projects, but I'm just sort of asking if anybody has ever seen this in any other decision where the very specific way in which the inspections are done is laid out in specifically in this decision for a particular project, rather than just be the general nature of the inspection services of the town.
So Tom, I want to answer this, and I want to see if I can bring this to a conclusion. Last time we were together, we were given the information that there is a set of state regulations that governs what happens on a site like this. And at the same time, these were our comments at the time, and we carried them over. In general, it sounds to me like we have a consensus around and assuming our building inspector will be able to carry out the task. If not, there will always be professionals that are associated with the project that will be regularly overseeing all aspects of the project, and that there are rules and regulations as well as licenses that are involved to ensure that people carry out the work as expected. If that's true, it would seem to me that we should be able to agree to the general point that we will rely upon and make use of the professionals that are provided by the project construction team to execute the project. And if there is a concern on the part of the planning board that something is amiss, that we would deal with the building inspector who would convey our concerns, and that would end up in a discussion amongst the construction professionals on the project. And I agree that at some level, we can't really specify this because there's a lot of rules and regulations associated with it. We can consider if we think that the height is exceeding what the documents are, but this is, as someone said, this is not somebody on a Saturday afternoon building a house. This is a commercial development in which there's a lot at risk, and there's also a lot of rules regulating it.
You know, I get all of this, but you know, we did have this problem the first time we engaged in a project with a new bylaw, with a new set of rules that we were unfamiliar with. This project is going to be here for an awfully long time. And if it's done according to the plans, this won't be a problem. I mean, I have complete faith in George's group is going to do this to the letter, and there's not going to be any problems. But I want to anticipate them because they do happen. And I know from seeing projects like this in court that it would be extremely rare if a court's going to agree with us to tear something down and have it rebuilt. So once it's done, it's done. And I just think we should have these safeguards, that's all, to avoid.
Okay, so can you make a recommendation as to a safeguard?
The safeguard is to do additional inspections during the construction. If somebody wants to tell me controlled construction covers this, well, I'm not a contractor. Tell me that, tell me how it does it, and they'll just say a condition, you know, follow the industry standards for controlled construction. But you know, I'm sitting here in this case as a layperson saying, I want this project watched as it's built, because it is a tall project. It is a bulky project. It impacts a scenic area of the town and is going to do so for the next 50 to 100 years. I just want it done right. I'm sure it's going to be done right. But I want to catch, again, I'm repeating myself, but I want to catch the problems before they happen, because after the fact, we will have no remedy. And we will all sit there just as frustrated as we have been on other projects, that we have zero remedy to fix the problem. So if somebody suggests a better way to do it, that's fine. I'm just suggesting as a layperson, this is the way to do it, by adding inspections to what normally happens.
So under construction enforcement, there are items let's go to item number 4, otherwise known as 76. During any inspection by a town employee or the board's outside consultant, inspectors shall be empowered on the site to order corrections and or halt work, no matter the stage of construction, such orders to be in effect until the board's ratification at its next regularly scheduled meeting. That's one item.
I think that's stating the obvious of existing authorities of a building inspector.
Okay, next item, the applicant shall keep the construction site clean in accordance with state laws and regulations. Next one, during construction, applicant shall conform to all local, state, and federal laws about noise, vibration, dust, and blocking town roads. Applicant shall have shall at all times use reasonable means to minimize inconveniences of residents. Construction shall not commence any day before 7 a.m. and shall not continue beyond 6 p.m. except for with written leave by the building inspector. There shall be no construction on any Sunday or any state holiday. Hour of construction should conclude during the winter. Hours of construction should conclude November to March at 4:30 p.m. Next item, any dumpsters on site during construction shall not be emptied before 8 a.m. Monday through Sunday. Next item, which we have already discussed, during construction, need to use the lot across the street from the building site rather than utilizing public roadbed and other non-applicant owned areas. Also used for parking. Future renovation basically the project should have no impact on the available space, public parking area around the site. So the question is, where will the equipment and where will the workforce park their cars? I see you, Ted, just a second. I want to see if I can get through these ones. Need independent assessment of whether substantial changes being made, not left up to building inspector, and should come back to the planning board. I don't think that's okay.
I was crossing that out because I think the bylaw, one of our bylaws discusses when we come to the board for minor or major change. I think a special permit bylaw says that.
Okay. File permit with state for asbestos abatement before demolition and excavation plans. Item 14, as the project progresses on a quarterly basis, all documents must be presented to town and provided to the planning board. So it seems to me that items 76, skipping number 10, which
I would skip 10, 11, 13, 14, and 15. I rewrote 12 to just say they'll comply with applicable laws about the removal of hazardous waste during demolition, which I'm sure the building is full of nasty stuff.
okay, so if that's the case, can we take items 76 through item 14 and have a consent? Let's get a consensus how people feel about this. Clark, what do you feel about these items? You're muted.
My feeling about these conditions is mixed. Some of them make sense. Some of them seem excessive. And like during the winter, construction being done at 4:30. Well, what if they have the shell all built and they're doing interior work? They have to quit at 4:30. A lot of contractors quit at 3 anyway. But I'm not sure it's it just doesn't seem like a.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we need to have the winter restriction.
On the other hand, like for 15, if there's a change to the approved FSRP plans and the building permit for whatever reason, I think the planning board should be notified of it in writing. Any change to what was approved by the planning board, whether it's major or minor, instead of letting the building inspector decide. So those kinds of things. It's just, there's a lot here. Some of it, I'm sure the applicant doesn't care about, and some of it might make a big difference in their executing the project.
Well, we have two items now it's 10:34. Ted Lubitz.
If it would be helpful, to Clark's point, I can run through those conditions very quickly and tell you which ones we would have a problem with and which ones are totally fine.
Okay, but first I want to get a sense here. It's 10:34. We have the discussion of open space, which was muddied. Didn't seem completely clear to me. We don't have it exactly specified in clear language. And then this last one here. So what do we want to do?
Go to bed.
At least the one on open space, it sounded like at the end that there was more information that we needed before we closed this one up. Did I get that wrong?
Can I think after tonight, we are going to have quite a few additions to what the first draft of approved conditions are. I think, they're going to get circulated to everybody. I think we're going to be in a position to vote on final conditions at the next meeting. But you do have to read some of them because some edits are being made here. How we deal with the findings, I don't know yet, but I think we can deal with that too. So let's just plow ahead and get through so that we know where everybody is on all these issues. And the final language of these conditions, I think, is, unfortunately, we're still going to need to look at because we're making a lot of changes. So let's not worry about what we haven't covered. We've covered everything. Let's just cover the last topic and
Okay, well, so the last topic is the one that we're on right now.
okay.
And just asking Clark how he felt, he thought we needed to sort them. I agree with him. I think there are some that are not relevant, not essential, and some which are clearly essential. Let me let Mr. Lubitz talk about the items which are of concern.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be as quick as I can. So with respect to number 4, we don't have an issue with that as long as it is the building inspector, but just the language by a town employee or board's outside consultant could come in and shut it down. That does concern us. So if it's the enforcement agent, that's absolutely fine, but maybe just a little clarity on that. 76, we're fine with. 78, fine with. Going to 7, I agree with Clark, like the flexibility to work, later than that, assuming, it's not disrupting the neighborhood and the shell is up. 8, we're fine with. 9, we do have a problem with that. And one of the points being is, and as Lauren has mentioned in the past, we will be submitting a construction management plan to the building inspector, which will detail logistics, which, I don't want to underestimate here. There will be a lot of logistics, including, closing off sidewalks and things like that. And there will be some temporary, things that need to happen. So we would be proposing that to the building inspector about how we're actually going to build this. But we will, I don't think we'll be able to use that 22 Martin Street as laydown space as anticipated here. With respect to the substantial change, our preference obviously would be the building inspector just to keep things moving quicker, especially on minor modifications, just because we will have a construction schedule and, in this business, time is money. So we will want decisions to be made relatively quick, assuming they're minor. Obviously, major changes we'd be coming back to you for.
Can you be specific about that one? Are you saying that minor changes, no, should be made by the building inspector, yes, and major changes coming back to the planning board?
Yes. Yep. And then, you've heard our position on the use of LiDAR. We just think that it's quite frankly not as an overkill. And the controlled inspections during this process, there will be a lot of them. So we think our affidavits should suffice from our consultants and their license. With respect to the demolition, obviously we'll be satisfying state requirements for demolition, environmental concerns, anything like that. 13, I don't think is applicable. Again, technical studies, we know the different foundation, how we'll be building it. And then with respect to 14, we're fine providing whatever documents we have, but expect there to be much aside from those controlled inspections and the different elements. So, I don't know what we would be providing on a quarterly basis, because we'll be providing more to the town more frequently than that, I would imagine.
I took that out.
Okay.
I didn't think that made much sense, given the other inspection regime that we put in there.
Okay. And then that in 15, we'd be fine with.
Okay, and are you all right with 1, 2, 3?
Yes, assuming 3 is changed so that it's not at our expense.
Yeah, I made that change.
Okay. All right. So we're still back to Clark's comment, which there's some of these that are critical and some that they are not. Clark, when you were listening as Mr. Lubitz was going through his list, did it overlap with the ones that you would agree with?
Yeah, mostly, I would say the geotech, they're going to be doing geotech anyway. I'm not sure about the Native American artifacts and geotech work, but that would be a part of the building permit, the building permit set, and the structural engineer would be designing foundations with that information. But I think it's the number 10, perhaps an independent assessment of substantial change. Probably, I think I agree with Ted that it should be the building inspector, but I think any change, major or minor, that the planning board should be notified of during construction.
Could you define notification? Do you mean that we should, on a weekly or bi-weekly basis, receive a list of changes that were have taken place? I mean, can you be more specific?
Yeah, I think that the applicant and or his consultants could write a letter about a change from the final revised site plan or building permit plans. I mean, the first thing is, do the building permit plans match up with the final revised site plan that we would approve? That's the first thing. But then during construction, are things changing or evolving for a variety of reasons? And then what I would expect is that the planning board would get a letter. So at our next meeting, we'd be made aware of whatever that change might be, whether it's major or minor.
How about this? It said all changes made to the approved plans during construction shall be communicated to the board, and the board shall determine if further approval is required based on a degree of change.
I mean, obviously the applicant doesn't want to do any major changes, because then the planning board could have jurisdiction over it.
Okay. So with Tom's modification of the language reflecting Clark's concerns, are we ready to vote on construction enforcement items 1 through 14? I'm going to go around and ask Tom.
I'm going to move that we approve all of those conditions as amended.
As amended. Can I get a second?
Second.
All those, let's see, Clark Brewer,
Clark Brewer, aye.
Paul Grady,
Paul Grady, aye.
Eric Potter,
Eric Potter, aye.
Tom Callahan,
Aye.
Amy Glassmeyer, aye. All right, so,
Madam Chair, can I have a question?
yes,
Did the as amended include our comments we just gave you?
Yes, for the most
yes,
part,
I,
for the most part it does, yes.
yeah,
Yes, it does.
For the most part, so, okay.
George, I don't think I can answer you point by point, but the thing about who's paying for it and other things, yes, I have put that in.
so I would say that one item that is not resolved, and you spoke about, Mr. Lubitz spoke about it as a construction management plan, where the question is still outstanding as to where people are going to park during the construction project. But other than that, I have okays on, with language modification from Tom on the other items.
Lauren has her hand up.
Lauren?
Madam
Sorry.
Chair, I have a suggestion for the construction management plan. The board can take this or leave it, but it might be in a good idea to have it be subject to approval by the building commissioner and public safety, because public safety is really going to need to play a role in this. And they know the circulation patterns in this area, so I would suggest that that would be something that the board could condition if they wished.
Under the condition that the applicant shall submit to the town before construction, a construction management plan, which shall be subject to the review and approval of the building inspector and public safety department. Does that do it?
That seems to get it bucketed.
That's fine.
Who was speaking?
I think I heard George.
Oh, okay. Is that okay?
I just, as the applicant, that's fine, yes.
All right. So we have performance surety bond as an item, and then we have the land use public space discussion that's not quite gelled yet. And that's because we are missing information.
As far as the performance bond, I talked about this with Karis about limitations of it. And I don't see, I thought I suggested new language for it, but I don't see it here yet. But what I think that we can legally secure through a bond is construction of anything that affects a public space or public use. So if we had to come in and finish the project, like in a subdivision, we would be going in to do all the public infrastructure, the street, the utilities, that kind of thing, not individual house construction. So I recall limiting this to that the performance bond would secure the ability of the town to have to do public amenity spaces, sidewalks, curbing, crosswalks. And then as far as the buildings themselves go, simply making sure they are secure from vandalism and weather. Because we're not going to get into the business of finishing the project. So correct me if I'm wrong, Karis, correct me with how we deal with subdivision performance bonds, but we can secure public safety, making the buildings weathertight so they don't become a nuisance, and a hazard, and the public infrastructure related types of parts of the project.
Correct. That's what we discussed.
Yeah. So the performance bond would be limited to those items. And the only question that would be outstanding is what's the dollar figure that we put on that? And we need to rely on the applicant for an estimate of those potential costs.
All right.
And then there's standard conditions that you can do partial releases of the performance bond. We'd have to have proof every so often that the bond is still in effect. But the issue is identifying the dollar figure to put on.
All right. I'd like to get a vote on general sentiment about this. It seems that we've So let me ask Clark Brew, do you have anything to say about this?
No, I think it's, the way it's outlined is practical. I have no problem with it.
Okay, Eric Potter,
No problem with it.
Paul Grady,
No problem with the bond.
I don't either. Can we do a roll call vote? Tom
Can-
Callahan?
can
Oh, excuse me,
we
I
ask-
need a
can we-
motion. I need a motion first.
Can we ask if George and his group have any comment on that and any idea of calculating the amount?
Well, I mean, we don't know what the cost is of what this bond is going to be. I don't know if it's been required of any other project in town. Do we know that?
Well, for subdivisions, it's routine. I don't,
It's
no. for
Not a
project-
subdivision.
I know that. And again, I suggested this because of the scale of it. And, what if is the town holding the bag for certain things that it shouldn't have to? That's, it's a protection for the town, even though it's not mentioned in the bylaw. It's only usually applied in subdivisions, but,
Toll Brothers had a,
Yeah,
up
well,
on
weren't they a traditional subdivision?
yeah, no, sort of.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking back to a client of mine, who ultimately went belly up on a project, on a main street, I don't know what the town had to do, with respect to infrastructure on that project. I don't recall if it was bonded or not. I assumed it was because of the scale of it. But, this isn't the routine project either, George. That's why I'm just suggesting it in case something goes wrong and, depending on what stage it goes wrong, if it's a site that's abandoned, the town should still get its public amenity space and access to the water. That's
Okay,
reason I put it
so
in.
let me get around to the people that want to comment. Laura Lind.
Thank you. Just a thought here that if the intent is that, to protect the town in the future, in a scenario where it may have to take care of this site, I would suggest that we could loop in our town DPW director on an estimate for what this would be. I know in the past, this is a standard practice that has been done for things like subdivisions or, developments that have internal roadways and things. And the intent is to have the bond cover the cost of what it would be to finish that roadway. I will note that this is a different site because it doesn't really have any roadways, but it does have parking structure and things like that. So I would suggest if the board would be willing, I could have a conversation, or we could connect the applicant's engineers with the town DPW director to get a number for consideration at the next meeting that might be appropriate.
That's fine by us.
Did George just say that?
I'm sorry, yes. Yes, that's
Okay,
fine by us.
Thank you. Ted Lubitz?
Yeah, I just want a point of clarity. This bond, is it to secure the site or to complete the site and the public amenities?
No, it's just, again, it would be to, I think in the town's interest, it would be to complete the public amenity spaces, to complete any publicly accessible sidewalks, crosswalks, curbing, and then also to, if necessary, secure the buildings from being vandalized and secure them to the weather.
Okay. So just a couple things. Securing the site seems to be fine, and completing work in the public way would be fine. But remember, this is private property, and while there might be an easement, there's going to be a lender as well. And there's going to be a lot of other interests at play here. So I don't think that it's reasonable to expect a bond to be issued to complete the public space in favor of the town. It just is it's a practical matter.
Well, if this was a subdivision, you would be bonding all of the public infrastructure parts of the project. The town is not expected to take on the finishing of a roadway and utilities, and why should they be here? This is a large-scale project.
Mr. Brodsky?
I would just point out that subdivisions are controlled by the subdivision control law, which has a specific bonding requirement. This project's not subject to the subdivision control law, so I'm not aware of any statute that would require a bond in this instance. I'm happy to be corrected by town council.
I know, and it's an oversight for the bylaw that it wasn't in there, knowing what the size of this project is going to be. But nevertheless, I'm suggesting it as a protection for the town that I'm supposed to represent and protect. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Eve?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the point is well taken, that we want to make sure that the public space is completed before the rest of the building is completed. And I think that goes to where we place the last certificate of occupancies, that we would require them to finish the public space before they get a certain number of their certificates of occupancy, so they don't leave. And then other than that, it's securing the site, because the site does belong to them, but we don't want them to get all their COs and sell everything off and then not finish doing the public space for the public. And you can do that by placing the condition in far enough up that they have to finish the public space before, similar to the inclusionary housing provision, which was they have to do all the inclusionary housing off-site before the final COs for the west buildings. Put it somewhere in the middle so that we require them to finish it before they finish the building, and then they don't have any incentive necessarily to come back and finish it. And then the bond would be just to make sure that the site is safe in the effect that they leave completely and don't finish their own project.
All right, so that's language that we don't have right now. Paul Grady?
My question's for council. Are we allowed to impose the bond? For Ms. North.
Sorry, I'm hitting the wrong buttons here.
That's good, all right.
As I said before, I don't think it's an unreasonable requirement. This is not a subdivision, but I don't think it's an unreasonable requirement for a project of this size and scale.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to ask the board members. It sounds to me like there's a sentiment to retain the bond, and what we are missing is some way of estimating what the bond size should be. Ms. Lynn suggested that we talk with the head of DPW and see if that's an estimate that would be relevant. I also think that there might be somebody else that would have a better estimate than the person for DPW, because it's not just DPW related. But I don't know who it would be that I would ask. It would have to be somebody that, you know, that I need the name of what it is or who it is in order to do that. But with that in mind, it does feel that there's a sentiment about having a performance bond. So I'm going to ask somebody to make a motion.
Motion to what?
Make a motion that we have the conditions requiring the bond to cover the areas I discussed earlier. It could be completion of the public amenity areas, public infrastructure, and to secure the buildings.
You're making the motion, I'll second it.
All right. Let me do a roll call vote. Tom Callahan,
Callahan, aye.
Paul Grady,
Aye.
Clark Brewer,
Aye.
Eric Potter,
Aye.
Amy Glassmeyer, aye. All right.
And I would also add, I like Eve's condition about conditioning completion of the public amenity area by a certain percentage of occupancy permits are issued.
All right. So we need to change the language for that.
Yeah, that's something to add later, but I think it's, you know, the question is when, what's the cutoff? You know, I would say when, by the time 2/3 of this occupancy permits are issued, the public space has to be completed.
All right.
So I assume it will be done before that.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Lubitz?
Can you also just add a standard in there for commercially reasonable, because we might not be able to get a bond. I've asked around a lot. Performance bonds are typically for subcontractors to complete the work. And so I don't even know what type of bond this is. Now there's a surety bonds or other types of bonds, you know, to secure the site. But I mean, if we can't produce this bond to complete a public park, you know, again, this is a practical matter.
Why wouldn't a company that provides them for a subdivision be the place to go? It would be something, it would be the functional equivalent of that.
So I think we should allow Mr. Lubitz to investigate this question and come up with the answer for us and not debate this issue further. I think that the sentiment of the board is clear. So the last item that we have is really two pieces that we don't have right now. One, we need an easement document that grants and preserves, and the second is we need to be educated about the management plan that is required of the site under Chapter 91. And both of those pieces we're not going to be able to get today. So my recommendation would be that we maintain the hearing open and continue our discussion with the expectation of going into deliberations. And a next meeting date is the 13th of January, 2021.
Can we move it up?
I don't know. Could we move it up to the first week of January?
Is that the question directed at me?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't have a problem with that. I can certainly just ask for the Zoom. I don't see that being a problem if that works for everyone else.
Okay.
I have a conflict that night I have a very complicated permit that I'm dealing with for another client that night. I can't be there. I can't be here that night. I've already committed.
All right. Thank you for that. Eve Tapper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm unclear as to what what information you still need for the easement and for the open space. So I thought, and I could be wrong, that we agreed that there would be two documents. One would be an easement, one would be a management plan, and they would have to comply with some conditions that you had put in specifically, and also with Chapter 91. I wasn't sure. I thought that had been closed. I wasn't sure what else we needed.
I don't think we're going to see those documents themselves.
Right. So that's why I'm
Conditioning that
wondering.
Yeah, we're conditioning, they're going to be entered into, and here are the things we think they have to cover. As far as the open space goes, I really think it's just seeing the language, because that's the place where we made the most amendment.
Right, but I don't think that, I think you all agreed to the sentiment of needing two documents, but we don't have the language, so that would be something you'd be looking at, but you'd be looking at all the language.
Yes,
Right, so.
I'm suggesting language that you already have, so.
Right, so then the final question is, so findings are going to be pretty critical for this decision. And what is the plan of the board for who puts together the draft of those findings? And so I don't know if it answers that question, but.
Well, your draft put the findings in, a bullet point form about all the things required by the bylaw. And I think that's fine.
I understand, but you have to the board actually has to add, they have to make those findings. And then what isn't on that list is why those findings were made, which are specific to the board.
And my original draft had a lot of narrative discussion of the whys. And yes, Karis and I talked about it, and yes, I put in a lot of editorial comment, and I get that. I think it's a question of just taking some of that narrative that I wrote and integrating it into what you put together for that list of things we specifically have to find. And really, other members of the board need to get their 2 cents in, because I do think we need to explain how we come to some of these findings, not just bullet point them and say, we find this, we find that. So I'm asking for help of other board members to help with some narrative discussions on it. But
Madam Chair,
I'll take a stab at reintegrating my narrative into what you've put together so far. So.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes.
that my question was Mr. Callahan or another board member or were you expecting that the staff were going to be adding those pieces? And I just want to, we haven't been writing any of that to date, and I didn't think that was the will of the board. I just want to make sure that we know somebody is doing it and it's not the staff, so that when we come forward to whatever day the meeting is in January, we have a draft to be looking at. And
I have tomorrow morning, so that's what I plan to do.
okay.
So,
Lauren has a question.
Lauren?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify the reference. Tom mentioned the bullet point list of the findings in the draft, and I purposely actually put it that way, just as sort of a skeleton frame, with the intent knowing that this needs to come from the board. It's your findings, and I didn't want to paraphrase anybody's discussion. So again, just to clarify and second Eve's comment, we just want to clarify the roles here and the expectations for the next meeting.
I mean, like I said, I'll take a stab at it, but I want the other board members to help me to editorialize out my editorial comments that I can make. So I want to make sure it's as objective a set of findings as possible, but that speaks to it. Can I bring up one thing before we go?
I would like to say something first, Tom. There were some conditions that I had that were not on this list, because this list was done with these date on 12/9. So my discussion about the construction of a home ownership association, et cetera, that didn't end up in the discussion tonight.
Well, when we discussed the things we voted on at the last meeting.
That's right. That's what these are. But then there was other materials.
I understand it, but at the last meeting, I thought we came to a consensus of what parts of the condo documents we need to review to make sure these conditions are included. I thought we got beyond that last time, and I think in the draft that we were circulated of what we voted on last time, it's in there.
Well,
between the conditions that Clark and I drafted about what needs to be in the condo documents from this decision, I think we covered all the bases that you had said as well. But correct me if I'm wrong.
There's language that in the draft under section 3 about commercial non-residential space that talks about submitting the bylaws. But there is some language in there that includes at least some of Clark's conditions. I thought as well, it included the issues Amy raised as well, but I'm scanning through it right now.
If this version of 12/9 was the last time it was adjusted, then my comments, which were
Amy, we got two
submitted
documents.
on the 10, what?
We got two documents for tonight. One was the things that we hadn't resolved at the last meeting, and one was the things we did resolve at the last meeting. And the stuff about the condo association was in the document of the issues we resolved at the last meeting.
Okay.
We don't have to get into the micromanagement of the condo association. We need certain points of this decision to be binding on the condo association and incorporated in their condo docs, but we don't have to micromanage.
All right. So where do we stand now? Do we have sufficient information to address the question of the easement document and the management plan? Are we just going to write those two statements down and then essentially suggest that they will be done at a different time?
Yes, those are going to come after our decision, because the select board has the jurisdiction over the language of the easement. I would think that that will come fairly quickly, but the management plan piece, which will be discussed further with us, has to come fairly soon because they need it for their chapter 91.
So, all right.
Exactly.
All right.
If I understand all of that correctly with that.
All right, well, we have gone through all of our materials then, and we now need to make a decision about what we do next.
Well, as we've been sitting here, you know, Lauren was nice enough to send me over while we've been sitting here, the document we've been working from, which is the issues we had left open. So the whole document that we've been going through tonight. She sent it to me in Word so I could edit it, and I've been making the changes. I've been telling everybody about the changes I'm making as we're going along, and I've been emailing it back to them. So, you know, the next step is to take what we've done tonight, incorporate it into the stuff we agreed to the last time, and, you know, we should be close. What we should have as a result is a full set of draft conditions that between now and the 13th, everybody's looking at, and we could be in a position to vote on, you know, subject to what little tweaks and edits each one of us has between now and then. The findings is something else that, you know, we just discussed. Like somebody's got to start redrafting it, reconstructing it, and then every member's got to have some input on it. And we may have a draft of the findings ready for the next meeting as well, and we're voting on the whole package at the next meeting.
All right, so
My anticipation is we're bringing this to a close on the 13th.
all right,
We will be ready to do so, subject to the fact that we're now hitting the holidays. And it's just as quick as everybody can put things together.
so with regard to the findings, I will ask board members to take roles in doing that, and I'll work with individuals and Lauren and Jen to make sure that people have a piece of the work to be done, and that way we will get the findings done. So with that, it would seem that you're suggesting that we continue the hearing, and if we choose to continue the hearing, that would be on the right now scheduled as the 13th of January. And the hearing time would be 7 p.m. because there's an A&R before. So let me get the sentiment of the board members. Clark Brewer.
Do you want a motion?
Well, I thought I better get the temperature of folks first, but I can get a motion. That would be fine with me too.
It's like 11:15, so I'll make a motion to continue the hearing to the 13th of January at 7 p.m.
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call vote. Tom Callahan,
Aye.
Paul Grady,
Aye.
Eric Potter,
Eric Potter, aye.
Clark Brewer,
Mark Brewer, aye.
Amy Glassmeyer, aye. All right, well, thank you all very much.
I apologize. I want to bring up one thing about the findings.
We just closed the hearing.
That's right. Yeah, I would like to, I still have some business to attend to that we need to deal with. But but it has nothing to do with this project. It has to do with board business. So if anybody wants to leave, don't worry. We also still have the question of asking the public if they have any comments.
We closed the hearing.
We close the hearing.
Well, we closed the discussion for tonight.
So let me ask, Lauren, were there any members of the public that would like to speak?
Public hearing.
I understand that, Clark, but I need to know the answer to that question.
There, Ever since our affordable housing discussion, have been no entries into the chat.
All right, thank you. All right, so I now have business of the board to attend to. We have minutes to approve.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Clark Brewer,
Motion to approve the minutes.
Would you like the dates?
I second it.
Yeah. What are the dates quickly?
August 7th, October 7th, October 21st, and November 18th.
Thank you.
all right. Another comment or another point of business is, are there any topics that were not anticipated 48 hours in advance that someone wishes to discuss?
Well, you have to vote on the minutes. You got to vote on that approval. Clark has moved.
I made a motion.
Sorry,
I'm
Sorry.
seconding the motion.
yes. Voice
Brady
vote,
seconded.
Tom. Yes, now I'd like to get a vote. Tom Callahan,
Aye.
Clark Brewer,
Aye.
Paul Grady,
Aye.